Good evening, everyone. We'll go ahead and get the meeting started, call the meeting to order. We'll start with roll call. Trustee Marks,
Present.
trustee Toasty,
Here.
trustee Martinez,
Present.
trustee Gris,
Present.
and Torres de Luna here. Do we have any public comments for closed session?
No, I don't have any. No.
Do we have a motion to convene the closed session?
I will motion that we convene a closed session.
I will second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, closed session. Good evening, everyone. We're gonna go ahead and wait a little bit.
Well, they
Good evening, everyone. We're gonna go ahead and call the meeting back to order, and we'll start with the flag salute, if anyone wants to lead us in that.
I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Kathy. And then before we start, want to continue to make it a practice to get ourselves in the mindfulness place of, in our best thinking. After a long day of work, if you all would just join us in a little bit of breathing. So what we'll do again is we'll breathe in 1, 2, 3, 4, out 1, 2, 3, 4, and we'll do that a couple times. So ready? Breathe in. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then out. 1, 2, 3, 4. Breathe in and out. Breathe in and out. Thank you. I close my eyes, you all can do however you do, but it just helps kind of get the blood flowing through our brain so we can be in our best thinking and in our best selves as we make these decisions. So we'll go ahead on to, we don't have any announcements for closed session. Oh, before that, we have community student staff recognition.
Awesome. So we will get started with that tonight. I am very pleased to let our community know that as part of the Hollister School District community, the Migrant Education Program handed me this box, and I promised that I would give this to you. It is by our migrant students in the summer program, and inside you will find messages of gratitude and support for the board and all of the work that you have done. I know that we've had local rumors indicating that you earn these big salaries and things like that. I just want to make sure that I'm able to say that tonight, that we appreciate the time that you volunteer and you spend here countless hours in the evenings serving our community, our students. And I know that each and every one of you has a passion and love for students, and that's what makes each and one of you very special, and we appreciate you. So thank you on behalf of the migrant students.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll go ahead and pass it on if you guys want to look at it and then pass it back. Thank you to the migrant program, and I think a couple of board members did go in the summer to see the program, and you all were pleased. Yeah, I think there was Jan and Kathy, no?
Yeah.
Oh, Jan, thank you, Jan, for going to see the program. So thank you all. Moving on to the next, it is nice to be acknowledged, though.
Yeah.
And yeah, we don't get paid. We don't have any announcements for closed session, and do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Do we have public comment?
Yes. Check you to make sure it's programmed too. Okay, so first off, we have Angela Higgins.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Erica, our Superintendent Sanchez. My apologies, it's been too many years, yes. So I heard word on the street that we got some big money landing in our pockets, and I'm sure you're going to hear a lot of great ideas tonight about how to spend that money. Something like $22 million. Yeah? Anyway, so I'm here on behalf of many teachers at R.O. Hardin, because there's some one-time funds there that might be able to be used to solve a problem. And I'm here to propose a solution to to sharing our campus with HPS. We understand that they need to stay in our neighborhood in order to supposedly service our population. But it is too crowded, and we don't have enough space. We don't get to have quiet rooms and sensory rooms like other schools have, and we don't have room for PE for all the kids. And now without a PE teacher, there's no way to coordinate the PE time because they have their one, and then there's all of us separate, so we don't have that ability to coordinate time and space out there. So we would like to propose, many of us would like to propose that you think about using the money to move the students who populate the ECE just on the other side of the field. We thought one possibility is that the migrant preschool could get moved to HDLA, closer to the migrant office. I think that's still there. And then the special education students that are there in preschool could get moved over to Lad Lane, close, they have, and then both those groups would be able to interact with mainstream populations. And then I believe that puts us in compliance with the state for those. We'd probably have to find a place for the Santa Clara County Head Start program, but I think we can. And then that would leave that space open for HPS to move to across the field, have their own space. We can be the community school that we are being told that is wanted by the district, right? Our kids would have this space to grow and flourish, and a lot of headaches for both schools could be solved that way. Not all. I mean, we've been jerked around a bit. District's been a little bit like Lucy with the football with some of the programs. First, we're going to run the NAVI program. No, let's try this intervention program. No. And it's been a little bit, I've talked about that. You've heard about that. So we don't want to try to kick the football anymore. We are asking for some space, though, if you would. So if you could think about that, we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Kristen Dam?
Good evening, Board, Superintendent Sanchez. I'm Kristen. I've been in the district starting my 29th year. And I'm here tonight to talk about that big pot of money that Angela talked about. Our students are #1 priority. I'd like to think so. We say they are. If so, then I can only guess you feel the same way I do. I believe the following. #1, PE is not optional. HSD students have the right, and as adults, we have the obligation to provide a real PE program, something comprehensive that meets our students' needs, taught by a professional PE teacher. These students don't deserve me as a PE teacher. That would be quite a disservice. They deserve teachers passionate about PE and dedicated to actual physical education. If students are our top priority, then please bring back all elementary PE positions. #2, counselors. Counselors fill a crucial need. Our students have gone through a pandemic during their lifetime. We can all agree it's a pandemic of historic proportions. A huge percentage of their lives have been spent in quarantine or wearing masks, or perhaps their parents weren't working because they were not considered essential. Their young lives have not been normal by any stretch of the imagination. Last year, David Romero was at my school. He was amazing. I could call him anytime I needed him. Whether I was having a student with a meltdown and he wouldn't get out of his car, in 2nd grade, if I had a student who put her head down on the desk and refused to work, or if I had a student that was just having a bad day, I knew Daniel would be there to help me. Maybe not right away because he was super busy, but sometime during that day, he would touch bases with me and make sure that student was all right and had the opportunity to talk with him. If students are a top priority, please hire counselors at every school site. Our schools are looking shabby. We need more custodial staff at all sites. Our students deserve to be in classrooms and on campuses that are clean, beautiful, and safe. I believe by not adequately staffing the custodial positions that you're just causing problems in the future. Deferred maintenance is never really a good idea. We must take care of the facilities so that they will last. If students are a top priority, please hire custodians. Let's talk about technology. You spend a whole lot of money on Chromebooks. Here's an interesting fact. According to Google, they only support devices for a maximum of 8 years. That means you're going to need to replace Chromebooks. The Chromebooks at Calaveras are going on 9 years. HSD boasted that our students have one-to-one technology. That's not really true anymore. I still have students without Chromebooks because they're new to the district. If students are our top priority, we must have up-to-date technology that's well-maintained. And this is really important for me because I need a lot of help. Let's not forget tech support. When I put in a tech ticket today, I was told there's a high volume of tech tickets right now, and they're basically unable to support me in a timely manner. They did thank me for my patience, however. If we are to use technology as an instructional tool and we have issues, we need immediate support. If students are our top priority, each site must have dedicated IT support. Also, please remember our overworked district nurses who just saw a 50% increase in their workload because one of the 3 nurses was let go. Should you choose not to hire PE teachers, counselors, custodians, IT support, nurses, and also update our technology, then students must not be your top priority. Please put our students first, put your money where your mouth is, and do what is right.
Thank you. And we want to give everybody an opportunity to speak, but we just want to remind you that there's supposed to be a 3-minute timer on it. So if you could try to keep to that, that would be great. Tiffany Bianchi.
Thank you. As I'm reading, please keep in mind exactly what Kristen said because I'm doing a shout out to the people who are standing up from that. I'm Tiffany Bianchi and I'm currently teach 4th grade at R.O. Hardin. I've been teaching at Hollister School District forever, about 30 some odd years. I have loved and been inspired by all of my students. I've had the privilege to work with amazing staff across the board, inspiring teachers, administrators, office managers, custodians, library and media specialists, the technology department. So I am here to give a shout out to some of them today. With all the cutbacks, stress from opening schools, and additional workload, as Kristen mentioned, it's important to recognize the shining stars that have tried to make my job easier, but more importantly, our students' lives easier. First, from our site at R.O. Hardin, we want to give a huge shout out to Lilia and Gabby for taking as much as they can off our plates. They cover our classes, they've cut our yard duty, they have tried to do everything possible to eliminate our stress load. Art and Juan, our custodians who take amazing care of our site, even when they are given additional burdens to carry, they do not want it to reach our students. Also our office staff for staying positive and being such a welcoming face to everyone who enters. Nikki Bell, our remaining intervention teacher, for moving mountains so that our students do not suffer from the cuts in our intervention program. Our librarian, who has provided a welcoming space for our kiddos and ensured our curriculum needs are met. When I left during my hours today, she was still staying to make sure those needs were met. We also want to thank our district maintenance staff who have responded quickly to repair 2 of our air conditioning units this week while the kids were struggling to keep up with their teacher and not sweat to death. A shout out to our IT department who's been working so hard to meet our needs with a skeleton staff and have done this with kindness and grace while facing insurmountable pile of tech tickets, asking for our patience when they could be cranky or just not talk to us at all. And we also have a shout out from our TK team, which is extremely thankful for the universal TK legislation that is keeping the student numbers in TK where it should be, not as many of us are experiencing higher student numbers. I'd like you to keep all of that in mind, that this staff in the Hollister School District is amazing and will continue to do what's best for students, but we can't always carry the burden. We count on you to help and support us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Cheryl Rios?
Good evening, Board and Superintendent Sanchez. I wanted to come tonight to let you know something that you may not know. I believe that the beginning of the school year, especially at Mays, has started out very well. And I want to, as Tiffany said, do a shout out, give credence to our administrators, Diana and Emma. I think they have a vision of what they wanted, and they knew how to put an action plan together. And I think that we've had a really good start to the year. And because no news is good news, I think that most of the other sites have also had a pretty good start to the year. So I know our students are thankful for that. I hope you are thankful for that. And I know that our parents and teachers are thankful for that as well. And to do a ditto to what Kristen had said, I don't have enough fingers to count the millions of dollars that you have just received or will be receiving throughout the year. And I want to make sure that there is a vision task as to how best to spend this money for our students and what they need. You, a meeting or so ago, talked about the need for technology. And something else you may not know, I don't know, we have a teacher at Mays who does not have their own Chromebook. And so that teacher cannot get the day even started with attendance. And we have teachers throughout the district, as Kristen has said, who have old Chromebooks, old computers. I happen to be one of them. I have at least a 10-year-old PC, and I had the original Chromebook that last year finally died. But then I was getting old replacements that had been refurbished by the district that had been students. And I had, I think, 3 replacements last year of Chromebooks. And I don't know how old the Chromebook is I have now. It has issues with how it runs and so forth. So I think as you're thinking about technology, think about what staff needs, because we have very old computers. And we can't do too much these days if our technology is not quick. If we can't have more people to help service them, then maybe we all need new computers that work. One other thing that I want to bring up that I'm hoping you don't fall into the hole that Hollister High School fell into, and that is they finally are realizing, probably about 10 years too late in my opinion, that they need another school. I'm not saying that we need another school, but I think you need to really look at how impacted some of our schools are and what can we do to reduce some of that impact. If there are no rooms available at the inn, it's very hard to take new people in and do them justice. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Anita Staringhouse?
Good evening. My name is Anita Staringhouse. I'm one of the nurses with Hollister School District. I'm not actually here tonight to talk to you about nursing, but I can tell you that in nursing, one of the ways that information always stuck for me was when my instructor had a story of some kind. So I want you to imagine this story with me. I want you to imagine that you're a counselor and you have a student right in front of you in your office who has obvious, immediate support needs. During your time with this student, maybe 2 to 3 minutes in, you are handed 2 phone messages from parents who called saying that they're requesting services for 2 of their children that have urgent matters. Within 5 minutes of taking those messages, a call comes into you from a VP from another school site that there is an urgent need that they need to speak with you about And so on your way to take that phone call, a staff member enters the office from the school site that you're at, again, where you already have someone in your office, and says that there is an emergent matter in a classroom that needs your attention. So I want to bring this to you because it isn't a scenario. It's something I witnessed at a school site 2 days ago. Our kids, 2 weeks into school, have immediate and urgent behavioral needs. They have counseling needs. They are dealing, as Ms. Dam said, with the stress of the pandemic, with what the fallout is maybe at home financially, or what is going on with their parents, or what is going on with them. The need is just huger than it's ever been. And I do know, as Kristen, as we all do, that you're here in the roles that you are because students are important to you. So putting their needs first definitely includes, and I am begging you to please have a counselor at every single school site. What I witnessed, it shouldn't be happening in our schools. We should have the staff to take care of these needs. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ethan Cristobal?
Good evening, I'm Ethan Cristobal. I teach 3rd grade with my wife Darcy Cristobal at R.O. Hardin School. I love teaching at R.O. Hardin. We have a staff that is incredibly driven by making sure we meet the needs of our students as best we can. When I started in this district in 2018-2019 school year, I had a half-day aide who was there with me to help teach the kids. I shared that aide with my wife. So between the 3 of us, we would service the kids all day. We had a math coach and a literacy coach who would meet with us, observe us, help us keep growing as educators, making sure that we were always on the razor's edge and cutting, giving the best instruction we possibly could, growing at every possible moment. We had reading intervention teachers. I don't even remember how many. We had aides who were helping at least 3 teachers that we had doing reading intervention. So we had quite a team of support, as well as the PE teacher who would give us release time and give the kids quality physical education, while also giving us time to plan and meet with each other to try to figure out how we're going to meet the needs of our students. And we also had a school counselor. Every year that I've been in this district, we have lost more and more of those services. The next year I taught, half-day aide was gone. Every year, we've lost more. Coaches, gone. Intervention teachers, 3rd grade this year, will get no intervention, reading intervention that we desperately need. During the pandemic, our students' reading scores have plummeted. We're trying our best to raise them up, but we have no extra help. This year, me and my wife both each have almost 30 students in our classroom, and no extra adult help. It's just us. We're still trying to provide the reading intervention, but when there's only 2 of you, there's only so many groups you can meet with during the day and provide the regular content that's being delivered. We want to see more people, we want to see those services restored, because what we need is a better student to adult ratio, especially with our population of students who needs the help dramatically. The more adults we have, the more adults can help, so we can work with smaller groups of students and really target their specific needs, as well as give those students extra points of adult contact during the day to help support them with all the trauma they've gone through with COVID and coming back and trying to get back up to speed with normal schooling. So more adults means there's more eyes watching them, more information we can share between each other. That's one of the things I enjoyed the most is if I had a student who didn't feel comfortable telling me about something that happened at home, they were telling my aide or my wife or one of the reading intervention teachers, and we would get back to each other and say, hey, did you know this student was having this problem? It really helps. And it would also help us build a stronger community. If we have more people in support of the students, the community can only be stronger. So I hope that you will use this opportunity to help restore our Hardin back to those services that we desperately need for our students who are struggling. Thank you.
That's it for public comment, unless somebody else is still out there. Yeah, but nobody's called. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have reports. We have a discussion of the 45-day budget revise.
We have our CBO.
Oh, our CBO. Welcome. This is our new CBO. Nice to meet you.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Sanchez. Oh, good, it's up. So tonight, we are going to discuss the 45-day revision, and I'm getting a little ego boost. They're all here for me. Or what we're about to see. It's not really me. So this is a budget calendar, and these are the times that we are going to meet and discuss the budget. I've highlighted where we are. You've adopted the budget in the end of June, and then we will come back and visit each other at each one of these milestones. The unaudited actuals on the bottom of the list is one that we are going to be bringing back to you next month for the year that we've just closed. So we'll come back and talk about budgets and where we ended up at that point. So the revenue assumptions that were used in the adopted budget and where we are at the 45-day revision is up there on the screen. They are, for the most part, unremarkable, with the exception of the last cell that's on that chart right there. The adopted budget had in everything that we had anticipated the governor and legislature was going to do, but we weren't sure what was going to happen with the ADA. Now, there were talks about funding districts on enrollment, on an average of 3 years of your ADA, on your highest ADA, on all kinds of different things. So what the legislature ended up doing, and that's why you see the big change right there on that bottom line, is they did Common Core math on an average. So for those of us who went to school before Common Core, we knew that we took a whole bunch of numbers and put them together, and we divided by the number of numbers, and that was the average, and that is not what they did. So it's a little creative. We will take creative because this district is going to go up by about 56 ADA funded. That is not the number of students that are going to be in our classrooms. That's going to be what we're funded on. And they did this for a very specific reason. We had the COVID year. We didn't see the kids except for little screens. We hoped that they were doing okay. Sometimes they showed up, sometimes they didn't, but we weren't taking ADA anyway. We were just hoping that we were going to show up, and we got funded on the year before that. Then we had the return year, which was last year, and it was a rough one. And this group of people know better than anybody else just how rough it was for Jane and Mary to come back to class on a regular basis and get engaged. And certainly if you're teaching first grade, God bless you, because those kids were kindergarten the year before, and they had no idea how to act in class. And again, they know better than I do, and I'm sure you've heard the stories. So attendance was not anywhere near what it was the years before. And ignoring declining enrollment, it was just down a lot. So what the state said is, throughout the state, ADA is down. They've done analyses that say before the COVID, unified school districts had this percentage and elementary school districts had this percentage, and last year it had gone down by about 4% statewide. Again, on an average, which I hope is more like a non-Common Core average, but statewide it went down. We were not unique. So what they've done is they have come up with this math and said, all right, we're going to fund you higher in order to smooth out any reductions that you're going to end up having in funding. And so that math is in our 45-day revision. Next slide, please. So revenue assumptions for the unrestricted general fund, these are the ones that are coming out at 45-day. That 3-year average ADA gave us 56 more ADA. Don't try and do the math, but if you want to see how they did it, you can come back into my office and I'll show you the machinations of it. Our unduplicated pupil percentage went up by a little bit, and that's on the final CalPADS, CBEDS numbers that are in there and what the state is funding us on, so there's a little bit of an increase there. Now, I will say, before you all get excited over here, and I love the passion, That money is going into our LCAP. Unduplicated pupil count is what generates our supplemental and concentration grant funds. The district has put together a plan in our LCAP on how we're going to address the needs of those unduplicated pupils, and any additional funding needs to be dedicated to that plan. Now, at this point, because this is relatively new, we have not gone back to the plan team and decided we're going to augment here and we're going to augment there. I don't know what that's going to look like. A plan needs to be developed on what that's going to look like in order to spend that nearly $1 million. Transitional kindergarten add-on, there were requirements in the state budget that the adult to student ratio in transitional kindergarten would go down to 24:1. And they have backed that up, they being the legislature, have backed that up with additional funding for us, so that's a good thing. That adult to student ratio could be teachers, 24:1 to teachers, or 56 kids in a class. Just kidding. And 3 adults, 1 teacher, and 2 aides, or something along those lines. Seeing if you're awake out there. So how that is going to work its way out, we gotta go back and take a look at it and develop that plan, and you're gonna hear this, it's gonna be coming up all the time. These things that are on this slide are ongoing funding. That's in our local control funding formula calculation. So we'll get that money this year, and then the COLA will come into play for next year's budget, and they'll all go up a little bit, and then the COLA, and then they'll go up a little bit, subject to where we are in ADA and where we are in enrollment, because enrollment leads to ADA. So this money is going to now become part of our base, right? It shouldn't go away. Next slide, please. So revenue assumptions on the categorical, and this is where they're getting all the money. The state came out with 3 significant categorical programs. We've heard a lot about it, but now we know what they are and what our estimated funding is. So most of the state categoricals, other than the ones that you're seeing on the screen, will get the COLA. So if we're talking about none of the ESSER funds, but some of the other state funds that are out there, and right now I've got a block on it because I didn't want to say special ed. The special ed is different. They will all get their COLA based on what the state COLA ended up being. The 2 largest programs that are out there are the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, which is not a new program for this district. We started being funded for the Expanded Learning Opportunities 9 hours a day, plus 30 hours in the summertime. Last year, again, developing a plan. I know that we're working with some of our local partnerships in order to expand after school. So you'll see some of those contracts a little bit later on tonight. We already know where we're going with that, and just putting that into place and actually getting students then enrolled in those programs. That program is designed to target our unduplicated pupil count, with the target being that we're actually offering services to 50% of those unduplicated students. We need to offer it to all of them. Not all parents are going to take us up on that, but the idea is that we are offering it to the unduplicated pupil count. This is ongoing funding. The governor is serious about this longer contact day for our students. Get them there early. It could be before school, it could be after school. He's looking to minimize the gap that happens in summer school. The kids go away and they have a mental dump, and then they come back and they're 6 months behind where they were when they left. So having 30 days of summer school of 9 hours a day is one of his ideas of stretching that out and keeping that instruction going. One of the fun things about this is that summer school program kind of harkens back to when some of us were in summer school, and summer school was not nearly as academic as it has been more recently, and they want enrichment. They're looking for enrichment for our students, keep them engaged in a fun way. So we need to continue with that plan, looking at our contracts for tonight. I'm sure that you'll recognize those contracts when you see them, and that's an exciting one. Now, the next 2 are new programs, and they're for a limited duration. You can see on the bottom bullet on that, we have to spend them by 27-28. The state requires that we actually formally develop a plan for those, and that we spend the money based on that plan. So I heard a lot, and I know you did too, of great ideas about additional funding tonight. I love it. I love the passion in it. We'll take, I'm sure, all of those under consideration as we develop the plan for the arts, music, and instructional materials discretionary block grant, which is a very long name for a program that is pretty much a maintenance worker in progress. Because what you don't see in there is, and it can be used for any operational needs of the district, which means we can probably use it for anything in the district. So they tagged a title on that that said arts and music. I am an arts and music person. I truly appreciate that. But we're not tied to arts and music. We're not tied to instructional materials that are on there. That discretionary is a really big thing as we develop that plan to look at all of the needs of the district and spending those plans over the course of the next 5 years. The Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant, it's a lot like most of the learning and recovery grants that we've had over the last two years. The ESSER and the state GEAR funds to address learning gaps, to address gaps in overall education that have happened during this COVID time, bring students up to grade level, also support some of their social emotional needs. Those things are specifically said in there. Some of the ideas that you can do are some of these things. Again, we need to develop a plan before we can say, this is what we're going to do with that, and that plan will have to come back to the board. So as we were talking about other categorical funds, I did mention special ed earlier. It does not necessarily get the COLA. Our special ed funding flows through the SELPA. So while there is additional funding in special ed that's in the adopted budget, it needs to go through our SELPA funding model before we know how much this district is going to receive in additional funds. So know that. Next slide. So here are the expenditure assumptions that were in place of the budget and where we are at the 45-day revision, and there are no changes. The one point of note that I'll make is that in the last 3 years, the legislature, when they adopted the budget, has done a change in the STRS. They kind of eased off the increases in the STRS rate. This year they did not. They said, this is the rate and we're not paying you back. And remember that maintenance worker in progress? They said, oh yes, and you can use it for retirement programs. They specifically said that. So what the legislature is saying is, from now on, you need to go ahead and cover your funds, your expenses, with the funds that we give you. We're not going to augment those anymore unless we do it in a categorical manner and actually point out what we think that you should be targeting your funds on. Let's see, revision. I don't think there's anything more of note in there. Go to the next one. So other expenditures assumptions. There are no changes in budgets as of the result of the adopted state budget and all of that new money because we haven't developed a plan yet. You should see it at first interim with a lot of work by administration and working with our labor partners, obviously, to take their input. We should have developed plans so that we can put them in by first interim, remembering the first slide, that's going to be in December when you see that. The pending changes, I've kind of listed some of those out that you can expect to see as we go through the year. HR is still working on filling all of our vacant positions and making sure that we're fully staffed at all school sites. And so we're waiting for the dust to settle on that to be able to tell you exactly where we are. There are classes and enrollment that are higher than we anticipated at some school sites, so we're having to address that with additional staffing. Over in the business department, we say just even them all out. I know that doesn't really work. We need to actually address those local students in their local schools. And so we will be adding staff where we might not have thought we were going to be adding staff. So that's probably one of the biggest and most costly items that we have right now is staffing. When that dust settles, we'll have a better idea of where we are and where we want to go. I think, do we have one more? Nope, that's it. Do you have any questions from the board?
You want to take turns?
Well, the 25 million that our teachers are telling us that they get the number from CPA, is that an accurate number?
That's probably pretty close if you go back to our categorical, you add up those 3 new categorical programs, and then you take a look at the unrestricted money. They're probably right in that ballpark. This isn't a secret, it's out there on state websites, so yeah.
So the 25 million, you're saying can be used, but we need a plan.
We need a plan for 2 of them specifically. We are working on a plan for the after-school program, the expanded learning opportunities. Because we have already had that program, now that we have more money, we're augmenting that in order to capture more students in those after-school programs.
So out of that 25 million, how much do we need to allocate for the after-school or before-school program? A percentage, maybe?
It's a dollar amount, and if Brandon can bring that back up on the slide, we can take a look at it. All right, Brandon. Send it back,
Like the 5 million?
back. There it is.
Yeah.
So it's $5.4 million.
Okay, so we need to make sure that is allocated for before or after-school program.
And summer school.
And summer
And
school.
And summer school.
So even just summer school last year was over $1
2 years
million
ago.
Yeah.
It's 2.
$2 million
Mhm.
to run here for all, you know.
And the summer school before that was over 5 million.
I don't know about that one, but
Yeah,
2 years
I would
ago,
have
it
It
was,
was pre-COVID.
yeah, I don't
Yeah,
know.
it was over 5. Yeah.
So we could do popcorn question, I have a question too.
Yeah.
On, so out of the ideas that a lot of the people talked about,
Mhm.
and I think just directly asking you,
Mhm.
we had a lot of staff that were laid off.
Mhm.
And is there a way to bring some of those staff back under the learning recovery, right, learning loss, or even the art music you said can be used for anything?
Mhm.
Could that be a place where we bring staff back? If we do, is that one time, obviously, one-time funds? And how does, it's like a 3-part question.
That's
And how does, I'm glad you're following me.
I am.
And how does that impact our percentage of staff?
Great questions. First, I need to remind the board that you've got systemic deficit spending. Okay? So that being said, we need to review what's in the budget and the staffing, biggest part of our budget, that needs to be added for the students that are there. The next thing that we need to nail down, and we're probably not going to know until the end of the week or so, is how many students are actually enrolled. We know who's coming because they just came in with that enrollment form and they're really excited. We don't know who's not here yet because we haven't got to drop date. So from that, we'll know pretty much, not definitively sure until CalPADS has been done, what our enrollment is. And from enrollment, then we can estimate what our ADA is. Because a lot of those on that first slide, the completely unrestricted slide, is based on ADA. So if that if the enrollment goes down significantly, let's just, so that we can see it in our minds. If the enrollment goes down significantly, then the ADA will go down well below what they're adding back based on last year. Then we're gonna get even less funding. So we really need to be cautious as we move forward. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I'm not gonna say, oh yeah, because I don't wanna do that. We need to be cautious as we look at where we're going to go and how many staff members we have and how many students we have, and whether or not we can truly increase that ADA and engagement with those students again to come to school more often. And then that will lead to funding. And again, systemic deficit funding or deficit spending has not been completely eliminated because it's still there. It's just sort of covered up with more money. You know, the governor did us a huge favor and a huge disservice for a district that's struggling with its budget, because it's going to be very easy to say, oh, we don't have a problem. Look at all the money we've got. But there's a problem underneath there somewhere, and you've been working at it a whole lot longer than I have. So we need to address that problem. And to the third part of your question, where does that put us with our salary and benefit percentage? We need to see where that's going to be when everything is all said and done. So it's not a yes or no answer. It's a paced caution and a deliberate look as we make our decisions.
Thank you, and just to be clear, you know, I'd rather the truth. So I appreciate you, you know, really being honest about how it is, you know, because that helps us, you know, versus you saying, yeah, spend the money, then we're like back in the hole, right?
I'm
So,
sure,
no.
like in most districts, there's a lot of things that you want to do, and there's a whole bunch of things that you have to do, and all of that needs to be balanced out with the funds that we have. So I'm not the one that says, oh yes, you can do it with that money, because I'm only one person and I'm the new kid on the block. So you shouldn't be listening to me on, yes, we should do that. It's that team that's going to get together and decide what that plan looks like and present it to you for you all to say, okay, yeah, yes, I think that's going to be good for Hollister. this is what we're going to do, and then we'll know.
And I think another part to this is, so, you know, without rebuilding the wheel, you know, people have expressed, or, you know, our staff have expressed ideas. We've talked about, you know, plans in the LCAP. There's been also, you know, we've talked about what we ideally wanted. Obviously, social emotional on each campus. Hello, we've talked about that. Community schools. Because, I mean, why rebuild, or do we have to rebuild a plan, or just put it all together, you know, to match the funding? Do you follow what I'm saying?
The state's idea, pardon me, the state's idea with the local control, the LCAP, the Local Control Accountability Plan, is that districts will put together a plan to address the instructional needs of their students within their district. And yes, there is a certain component of that that says that we need to dedicate resources towards our unduplicated pupil count. But there should be a plan for all of our students as we go forward.
Right.
That being said, you guys have got an LCAP. So as we go forward, it would be a disservice to all of the work that you've done in that LCAP to take hard right and left turns.
Right.
It would continue the progress that you're making, to continue with that LCAP and make smooth little transitions, little weaves in here, little augmentations, maybe not with the LCAP funds, but look, we said we're going to address these issues here, we have some money, and this is very similar to this, and so we're going to follow out on that and then maybe let it branch out a little bit. So with that in mind, I would say not starting a whole bunch of new plans, taking a look at the plans you have and seeing how we can expand those into that universe that is $12 million worth of new funding, or $25 million worth of new funding, or somewhere in between there, depending on what you're looking at. And also, remember, the arts and music and the instructional, or the learning recovery, those are grants that we can spend over a 5-year period. So do you want to invest 1/5 of that, 20% of those funds every year? This is just a thought process, right? 20% of those funds every year in order to have an initiative to say, we're going to do this, and then those students are going to matriculate, and then they're going to matriculate, and then after 5 years we can see, we have proof, we have data to support this is a good thing, and it made this kind of improvement to our students. Or do you want to plunk it down in 1 year in a 1 year whatever? So those are some of those decisions that when we develop that plan, we have to consider. Do we spend it all at once? And then what do we do in the next year if we've invested, if you guys have just been through reduction in force? When in the next year, we've spent all that one-time money and we did it with people, and now what do we do?
I know.
Well, that's not good for the community. You know that better than I do. So somewhere in between there is where we need to be. And so to wrap that up, start with a plan that you've got, like the LCAP, expand it a little bit. Take a look at how long you have to spend those funds. How do you want to stretch it out? Or do you want to plunk it in 1 year? You know, all of those are considerations that will be taken at that round table that we all get together with and come up with those plans.
You know, you mentioned that we have systemic deficit spending, and you still haven't been able really to figure out where that's happening.
This is day 10.
Yeah.
I've got a lot of experience and I've got a lot of skills, but I am not a miracle worker.
Right.
Give me a little bit of time. And I know that you addressed a lot of it with the reduction of force.
Right, I understand. But that is, I know that one of the things that happened was that we lost position control. And we are trying to gain position control, which is, you know, essential in gaining control of our spending. So I know that between you and Erica that it's going to happen.
That is a primary focus of one of the things I'm doing from day one, is taking a look at that. So yeah, I'm glad you're on board.
Yeah, oh no, the board is definitely on board with that. But we really do need to find out the mystery of this. Where is this money going? And would like to see that as a primary focus, I think, for all of us to find out why why we have this systemic deficit.
Right.
And where is it going? Because it is affecting our children.
Absolutely it is. It's
Yeah.
affecting our staff, so we
Right,
wanna fix
right.
it. You
Yeah.
know, and it will ultimately be, by the time we find the answer, it'll ultimately be a whole bunch of things.
Lots of little things.
Little
that add up.
things, maybe a big thing here or there, you know, I haven't been in it long enough to know where you are, but I would not expect one silver bullet, and this is what it was. Oh,
It'll be
look,
a lot of little
it'll be
things.
a lot of little things, and we're gonna, as we find them, we're gonna shore them up, and we're gonna move on to the next one, we're gonna shore it up, and.
Yeah, I would like to make a request though that as we find these little things, that we're very transparent with our community as we find these little things, so that everybody knows what we have found and that we're shoring them up.
Right.
Thank you.
Other questions?
I'd just like to welcome you to the
Yeah.
Hollister School District.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. This is such a cool place.
And thank you for being so candid.
Yes.
We appreciate how you are with the board and the public, and we look forward to a long relationship.
Oh, well, thank you. I do too. I have said, this is day 10. I'm enjoying myself. The people here are so kind and welcoming. And I told the superintendent in my second interview that I enjoy a good puzzle when I'm tying a knot. So this is going to be fun. You know, it'll be a strange kind of fun, but it'll be fun. And we'll get there. We will all get there together, and we'll all know.
Well, I think that you get the idea that we all, meaning the entire community, wants to work together to make sure that we're healthy and that we're providing the best services for our kids.
Absolutely, because the last thing we want is for the state to come in here and tell us how to run our school district. So that is not going to happen while I'm here. Thank you.
Other questions?
I think for me, it's, thank you for the presentation. I know even for the audience, this has been a critical piece, the budget. Part of, we're in education. I think it's so your personality and how you've introduced yourself and how you did your presentation, not just to us, but to our members here in the audience, means a lot. Because again, your first initial, you only do that first, what do you call it? The
Impression.
first impression you can't ever make again. And I want to
That's why I didn't have orange chicken, because I was sure that if I did, I would dribble it off. And it smelled so good.
Oh, delicious.
Yeah.
Now that you've done your presentation. But I think for us, teaching us the budget and the steps as you're learning it will be so instrumental. Because that honesty is, as Carla talked about, and Jan, is what we need to move out of where we came from.
Okay.
And it's together. Because again, there is information out there. But again, you only know, you're the expert to know where the money needs to be spent. The money's there, but in what buckets, right? And for what purposes? So that we know, and maybe moving forward, I don't know, there's subcommittees or whatever it is that we need to establish to figure out what we need to bring and how we need to bring it back. Because again, it's us, it's all of us
Together.
having that voice. And you as our lead person who has the knowledge, right? I'm so thankful that we have a CBO. But again, because you're the one that will lead us through the future and how we can best manage what we have, what we will get, and the best decisions that we need to make for our children moving forward.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Always with them in the focus.
And welcome.
I do have you'll get to know our personalities. I'm an action, to-do list kind of a person, so I do, and I need to understand where we're going. So as far as the expanded learning opportunities, which is a 5.4 after-school, summer school programming, that's designated, right? Those are like,
That's a program that we have to offer, and it has certain requirements.
so like, I feel like, okay, that's already kind of spoken for.
Well, we've started. We
Right.
started, and you'll see,
Right, 'cause
I
we'll
believe,
see
3
in the-
contracts later
right.
on in the agenda.
That's what I mean, so I'm kind of.
And that
Putting
wasn't
it
me, okay,
right.
that was Colleen.
Yeah.
She jumped on that money right away and said, our kiddos could really use this.
Yeah. Awesome. In terms of the 3.4 for the art music, which is, can be art music or not, and the learning recovery 8.5, learning loss, social emotional, this is where we need to look at our LCAP. So can you briefly just tell me step 1, step 2, 3, timeline, by when?
Timeline's up to the superintendent.
Okay.
I follow her wherever she will go, there is no deadline for that plan to come back to the board that's in legislature.
Okay.
Just because there are some that you have to have a plan done by this date. Neither one of those have got that kind of a date on them. We need a sufficient amount of time to get the input that we need to decide what's the best action to take. We haven't even completed a full week of school yet.
Right.
Give them all a break. And know that you guys have gathered a phenomenal amount of information in just a short amount of time. But you're right there, your boots on the ground. So, you're passionate bringing it here, but we need to meet. And I don't think we want to pull teachers out of, classrooms right now when they're doing the get to know you exercises. And so we'll have to bring all of those, I don't want to say educational partners per se, but those people who know in our family what's best for our kiddos. And then how to best address, I've got this amount of money, and what are we going to do, and who are we going to target it at, and what do we expect to get out of it? Because you can't just throw money out there. You have to have a goal with those funds and with those programs. And so, that's what that committee maybe work will end up being. So as soon as they're done, of course, we're going to bring them back to you because we do have to review them with the board and the board to have input and to approve those plans as we go forward. Because I have no doubt, even though we haven't seen all of the information on these grants yet, but there will be a reporting, an annual, at a minimum reporting. This is what you said you were going to do. This is what you've done. Where have you got to go from there? And certainly, if we're going to put in a new program or augment existing programs, we are still going to have a goal for what we're going to do with that. We want to see reading scores to go up by 1%. We want to see as the students matriculate in between 2nd and 3rd grade, that they're on grade level with their reading. And in order to do that, we're going to start in kindergarten with some of these reading programs. So that we're going to be judged on what we set as our goals. So those things will come back to the board.
I did want to add, since you referenced how fast the superintendent moves, I do like to move fast when we have clear expectations from the state. I just want to make it clear that we do not have the clear expectations from the state yet. So to allocate funds prematurely, I think would be something that I'm not comfortable doing yet. We would need to know what the state is going to measure us on, what reporting cycles, what we will need to report to the state in regards to the funding, so that then we could use that as a basis to create the plan that the board would have input and our community as well. Okay,
But
so we're,
HESTA will be involved in,
as part of the community,
and CSCA.
as part of the community. yeah.
Okay, just want to make sure.
And parents.
As part of the community.
Hi, how are you? I'm good.
Lisa
Nice
would like to see.
nice to meet you.
Very nice to meet you. You are so very patient.
Largely what I was gonna say, Liz actually said, but I hear a lot of what the comments were tonight had to do with staffing, right? And the one thing that got hammered into my brain with the exercise that we just went through is that unrestricted dollars, we're kind of at our limit right now for staffing costs within unrestricted dollars. And so restricted dollars, we could pay and have brought back some positions with that limited time funding. But it sounds like, I just want to be cautious about how we build out a plan like that instead of, because I don't, with 5 years, what do we do in 5 years?
Right. Right,
And-
no, that's a very good thought. What do you do in 5 years if you have invested in staffing?
Right,
Is there other funds that you can then transition them back into another categorical or back into the unrestricted? You know, those are very valid concerns.
and those are
just
gonna
like-
be the things that I really like your layman's language, if you will, as you went through your presentation. I think school finance is very complicated. And I know, you know, having just taken a cursory class for Masters in Governance, that it raised as many questions as it answered.
Right.
I think for our public, your continued kind of straightforward layman language kind of explanations can be really helpful to both educate us and also hopefully be able to answer questions that we can gather, you know, so that the public can more specifically address a certain situation, right? So, thank you. I trust that we will be getting to know each other a lot better as
I'm
we
in it
move
for the long
forward. And welcome to the district.
Thank you. But I think just, I want to still clarify, but you can use staff if the committee or work group or the board and superintendent decide, you know, this is a need, let's say for learning loss. I mean, that is a possibility. Like, I don't want us to say, no, can't do staff. It could be, we understand it's time limited, much like we're using the social emotional fund. Just so we're
And
clear.
I'm not averse to that either. I'm just saying it needs to be very clear if we do take that route, that it isn't a
Permanent.
permanent
it's
situation.
temporary.
Correct. That there are clearly defined parameters around it.
And knowing where you're going when you get to the end of that bridge.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
I think you're still on.
The
Am I
next
still
one.
on stick around for the financial statement?
Yes.
Okay.
So you need a,
Okay, so the board has requested a financial statement. Aww.
does she want this?
That's okay, we'll be talking
You want
later.
this?
No, that's right. I know the structure of it, I don't need to know the numbers per se. So, the board has asked for a financial statement to come on a monthly basis. And I know you've seen some, and so this is one you haven't seen yet, and I'm proposing this one. It comes directly out of the system, it doesn't require us to do any special anything. QCC system, has a ton of reports that are there. This one happens to be called the board report, the board financial report. This is for June, okay? We are still working on rolling our budget and getting everything done, and I didn't want to present a financial statement yet until HR was done doing what they were doing, and we made sure that all of the people that are coming that we can get right now into position control or in position control so that it can be reflected. So I didn't want to give you like half information. But because this has all of the budgets in there, you can see where we were at the end of last year. It's a good example of what I'm recommending that maybe we take a look at as we go forward. If you have questions, how do I read this? What does it really mean? It really keeps it as simple as these are the major types of revenue, LCFF, federal, state, and other sometimes. These are the major expenses, certificated salaries, classified salaries, benefits for everybody, supply services. This mirrors to a great extent what you see in your interim reports and what you saw in the budget document. These big chunks of expenditures. I believe what you're looking at right now is unrestricted only, or is it both?
It's both
Okay.
combined.
So it's
That
both.
one's combined.
Okay, so I can break it down so that it's the unrestricted side of the budget and then the categorical side of the budget. I mean, obviously, you have the most control over the unrestricted side of the budget. That's the one that bit you pretty badly last year and caused you to do your reduction in force. So you're probably going to be wanting to keep a close eye on that one. So I can tease that out so that we can see just that and then give you the categoricals, which will be all the categoricals. It will be the special eds. It will be the new funding sources that we have right now. It'll be the ESSER funds. You'll see deficit spending in that one. we intend to deficit spend because we have money that's being carried over and we need to spend it all down by certain dates. So by taking those two and separating them, you can look at things with two different sets of lenses. This one we don't want to see deficit spending, and this one we expect to see deficit spending. Use up that money so that we don't end up losing the opportunity of those funds. And so I'd like to hear any of your reactions or input on this one, and what do you think? Should I keep looking for something for you?
I think for me personally, since it's the first time we've actually looked at this document, I don't know if Brandon can make it a little larger, just to give you like the first category that's up on top, just to kind of walk us through. So if this is the document you're going to be showing us, that at least for the first time, you can educate us on, okay, the first block of information, this is what this is for, only just so that we are.
Here, you hang on to that so you can look at that, please. I'm not trying to hold it. You did. All right, so I'll have this in front of you. Okay. All right, so the first one that's up there, this one is board unrestricted. If you go to the upper left, Hollister, board unrestricted. The unrestricted, restricted combined is what comes out on the system, and short of whiting it out, which I could do.
So this one's unrestricted?
That is, right under Hollister, it says board unrestricted.
Got it.
And if you go to the next one, right under Hollister, it'll say board restricted.
Got it.
So I have broken these two out.
Yes,
Got it. Okay.
that's helpful.
Yeah.
And maybe I'll put a bigger label on it, so that it's, kind of.
No,
If it's always gonna come like this, we'll know where to look now.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Just walk us through the initial and then.
So revenue limit sources, once upon a time, a long time ago, before the LCFF funding and the local control accountability plan, our funding was called revenue limit.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's the same thing.
Okay.
And so that is where your LCFF is. And we had an adopted budget in last year of $55 million. We added $1 million to it. And the budget, when I pulled this at the end of the year, was $56 million. So that's what that's telling you. So these are budget adjustments to date.
Right.
Because this is a report that polls for a full period of time. I know it says June, but it is actually for the adjustments are for everything that's happened.
That's come through from last June to this.
Right.
Yeah.
So other state revenues will be any of those state ESSER funds, the GEAR funds that were rolled from the state funding. It'll also include state special ed. It'll also include routine restricted maintenance. So those are all state funds and a few little miscellaneous state funds that are there. And then local funds will be things like interest and facility use fees and any miscellaneous thing that did not come from the state, did not come from the federal government, and is not part of our LCFF funding.
So it's not like local.
It is local.
Local income tax?
No, our local taxes are up in your revenue limit sources.
Got it, okay.
For new housing.
That's in a completely different fund. Thank you for asking.
Okay,
Yeah, our developer fees, our
Yeah.
impact fees are in a different fund.
okay.
They're not in here.
Okay.
So you're not paying for salaries or benefits out of your local impact fees.
Okay.
And then if you go down into the expenditure detail, you're used to seeing those, all certificated salaries, all classified salaries. So that's teachers and psychologists and superintendents, or it's instructional aides and maintenance workers and grounds workers, and the people in my department are in classified, and then benefits for all of the employees. And that's where your 90% calculation is coming from, is those three lines. And I did not do that calculation here, but that's where it's coming from. And then anything that we're spending on books and supplies. Well, generally speaking, your unrestricted general fund is not buying a whole lot of books, but we do buy supplies. And those supplies are paper and pencils and the things that are needed to clean classrooms, custodial supplies and stuff of that nature are in those supplies. Board supplies for board meetings, those are all in supplies. Services and other operating expenses is kind of a catch-all. That will include things like insurance, travel and conference expenses that are not covered by categorical funds. It will cover any dues that we have, like a CSBA dues or a local rural district dues if we're a member of that. It'll be any of those types of dues. It will also be, all of our utilities are in those others. So gas, electric, phone are all in there. And it'll also be contracts that we have with contracted services agencies. Our legal counsel will be in there. If we're bringing somebody in for professional development that we're not actually spending categorical funds for, it'll be in there. So those are all in that services and other operating. Capital outlay, those are fixed assets. If we're buying a truck, it might be in there.
But we didn't set any money aside,
Nope.
right?
And you spent,
But we spent.
looks like you spent about $32,000.
Okay.
And I didn't do any research on this. I pulled a report so that you can take a look at it, you can ask questions, find some comfort level in it, see where you wanted to go if you wanted me to look for something else. So other outgoing, that's money that's going somewhere else. That typically is things like debt service fees. I don't know what your $100,000 are, but it's typically something like that. Then we have our direct support and indirect support. And some of those are funds that are going to other districts, and some of that is money that we're expecting to collect as an overhead charge from the categoricals on this page. So most categoricals, both federal and state, will allow a district to charge, and it's called an indirect, but it's an overhead if you're anywhere else. And an overhead charge based on the expenditures of that program, which then becomes pseudo revenue or an offset to overall expenditures within the unrestricted general fund. You've got a lot of ESSER funds in here, and so this was probably something that was done by, a budgetary calculation. There's nothing being posted to there yet because it usually happens at closing. Okay. Prior year expenditures is just a line item, and you have nothing on that. Interfund transfers in and out, those are going from the unrestricted general fund out to other funds or the other way around. And then contributions to restricted programs, that is the district supporting routine restricted maintenance and special ed. Okay, and I believe that all of those, nope, they weren't all on this other one. Federal revenues is new on the second page because, well, they're categorical. But other than that, all of them are still there.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Other questions before I give this back to the superintendent? Good. So what you can expect to see is you can expect to see the budget and any adjustments that we make as we go into this year for the next one that you'll see. And then the income and expense that has been done to date, so you can kind of monitor us. Also, before I get too far ahead of myself, this column right here, here, okay, my finger is, that's what's left of the budget. Or if it's a negative, we've gone over the budget. And this column right here, which is the last one on the right,
Yeah.
right here, because my union friends are looking, we're all gonna get on the same page here. This is a percentage of the budget. Now I pulled this for 1 month. So it'll look a little bit different as we go through the year.
Right.
What you can expect to see as we go through the year is materials and supplies to skyrocket, and we'll spend 75% within the first quarter. And then it'll slowly ease off, because we need to make sure we have supplies ready when students return.
Right.
Other things, like the 5800s, will tend to be a little bit more even during the year. Salaries and benefits should be more even during the year. So it's kind of what you should expect. And we'll talk about this if you want when they come up again, because you'll be looking at it with a different lens, a new budget. You might have a question that'll pop up in your mind.
I think I'd like that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to add anything, Superintendent? No. Okay, moving on to item 12, approval of board meeting minutes.
I make a motion that we approve the minutes, the July regular board meeting minutes.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, and then we have consent items. We do need approval, right?
Yeah. I make a motion that we approve the consent items 13A to J.
I second.
forget discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay. Number 14, we have discussion action items. And A is consideration and action on approval AB 1200, public disclosure of collective bargaining agreement, unrepresented employees.
Okay, so I'll get it started if you'd like. Tonight is the Beth Wilson show, and we appreciate her cooperation in that. Our first item tonight for under discussion action item is the disclosure, the public disclosure and action, consideration for action of the AB 1200, as we discussed last board meeting, that in the previous school year, the school year that just closed, the unrepresented group, which would include, for example, principals, assistant principals, managers, directors, they did not receive a compensation increase, whereas our classified employees did and our certificated employees did. We also discussed about the health and welfare contribution that the unrepresented group has is less than the health and welfare contribution that the unrepresented group. This public disclosure, and we had the discussion last month, but this month is when the board would take action on this item. The public disclosure itself is a form that we use to disclose to the public that a employee group will be receiving a raise, a compensation increase. And tonight, the board will take action if you're in agreement with having the unrepresented group receive the same compensation increase that the other employees did. One thing I do want to mention, because I didn't get to talk about it last month, is that the unrepresented group, throughout the layoffs, throughout the difficulties of last year, they were very much willing and able to demonstrate the unity that they had to support the district. There was not one administrator that ever said, why us? Why can't we get it? They understood. At some point, there was discussions of, okay, should the administrators take furlough days to demonstrate the willingness to demonstrate to the public that they understood the gravity of the situation. I want to recognize the fact that they did it with such grace and such just a sense of unity to support the staff around them, to keep the schools in a positive, as a positive operational being as best as they could with the circumstances that they had. I would like to express that as superintendent on their behalf, and to thank them publicly for their just positivity and their ability to lead their schools throughout the challenges of last year.
Well said. Anything else?
I just think that, and Beth made mention to it, that, we are a family. And I'm just so happy that we can now make sure that everybody in our family is now being covered. And I just want to thank all of them. They worked so hard. And as our superintendent said, without complaint. And we appreciate everything that they have done.
Excellent. Well, let's make it right.
Yep.
Is there a motion to approve? Oh, did you want to?
Just if you had any questions.
Did you all have any more questions? I'm sorry, I assume.
So this AB 1200 includes the 1% and the benefit increase.
Correct.
Okay.
And it goes back to apply the 1% to anyone who was in that unrepresented group last year, who may not be in that unrepresented group this year.
Perfect.
So we captured all of those.
The one thing that I think to clarify, and we briefly spoke about with the board earlier today, is that this does not include the 3 executive positions, the superintendent, assistant superintendent, and the CBO. That would be forthcoming should the board wish at the September board meeting as 3 separate agenda items. We definitely don't want to hold up the process in honor of the hard work that our administrators have completed. And this would go forward for those unrepresented employees, however, minus the 3 executive positions.
All right, we would implement the increase in the current year salary schedule at the end of September. And then the retro going back all the way back to last year, and any of the short ones that we have this for this year would be paid in the middle of October.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept, resolution 22-23. No, I'm on the wrong one. It's A, right?
14A, item 14A.
I don't have a,
Consideration and action on approval of AB 1200 public disclosure of collective bargaining agreement with the unrepresented group.
Okay,
I'll second that.
right. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, passes. B, adoption of resolution number 5/22/23, authorizing the approval of signing for personnel payroll orders.
Okay, I could speak to this, and Beth will help me out and jump in over there. I know that she's really excited that this is all about her tonight. The adoption and resolution, number 5, is authorizing the approval of signers. We have done this as a district before, about a month ago, but now that Beth is on board, we'd like to include her as an authorized signer. And tonight, if the board takes action, she will be able to be added to the list, and we will renew this list and revise the list and send it on over, allowing for her to be an approved signer for personnel and payroll orders.
Okay, let me try it again. I'd like to make a motion that we approve resolution 5:22-23, authorizing the approval of signers for personnel payroll orders.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay. C, discussion and adoption of resolution number 6/22/23, authorizing the approval of individuals to transport warrants.
Okay, same concept, board. This resolution number 6 would authorize a revision to the resolution that we've previously adopted, and this is again to add in our CBO, Beth Wilson, to the roster of folks that are authorized to transport the warrants.
I move that we adopt the resolution number 6, 22/23, authorizing the approval of individuals to transport warrants.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay. Item D, discussion and adoption of resolution 7/22/23, approval of district representatives to Joint Powers Authority.
Okay, another technical resolution that would allow for Beth to be a representative with the JPA. And this is for the property and liability insurance. This would add her as the primary, and I would be the alternate should she not be available.
I'll make a motion that we approve the adoption of resolution 7:22-23, approval of district representative to the Joint Powers Authority.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, item E, discussion and adoption of resolution 8/22/23, designation of district rep and authorization to file applications for school facility grant program.
Okay, this resolution number 8 will allow for Beth to be added as a district representative, myself and the business manager, Lisa Wiggins, as alternates, as we look for applying for any district funds for school facilities. Anything, that may come up, either one of us would be able to pursue that and sign for it and so on.
I make a motion that we approve resolution 8:22-23 designation of district representative and authorization to file applications for school facility grant program.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, item F, discussion and adoption of resolution 9/22/23. I won't read the whole thing.
Okay. This is the authorized signers for district agents. This would allow for us to have myself as superintendent, the assistant superintendent, the CBO, Beth Wilson, and the manager of fiscal services, Diana Haygood, be folks that can sign on behalf of the district in regards to any revolving accounts, the checks, any papers, any documents. We have Ed Code that calls for this, and we are requesting tonight that the board consider this so we can have something in place.
Okay, go ahead. I move we adopt the resolution, number 9:22-23, authorized signatures, district agents.
I'll second.
Any discussion?
Well, they're numbered incorrectly.
Oh, yeah?
There's, should be number 4 instead of 2 3s. And then Diana Haygood, is it Diana or Deanna?
Oh, Deanna, we will edit that.
Okay.
Thank you
I
for,
didn't think we had a Diana.
yeah,
It's
thank
Deanna.
you. Mhm.
Okay.
Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, number G, or letter G, discussion and approval of MOU between Hollister School District and the San Benito Arts Council.
All right. As Dr. Myers comes to the podium, I wanted to get this item started. This is one of the very exciting moments tonight, and I wish that the packed house that was here a little while ago would have been able to sit through and know and understand the fact that the district is moving in a student-centered approach, with a student-centered approach. We understand the value and the absolute importance of teaching students art and having the ability to heal, having the ability to work through the arts program to provide students that perhaps would not have had access to an arts curriculum. Various, as you can see in the MOU, there's various different opportunities here that our students will have. And as I transition the conversation over to Dr. Myers, I just, on behalf of the Hollister School District, I really would like to thank the Arts Council. Amanda's here tonight, and all of the great work that they do to support our students. Every single one of them, benefits from these opportunities. And this is something that is worth celebrating, most definitely tonight.
Absolutely. So as you know, I've taught kindergarten for many years, and one of our rules is it's rude to exclude. And this MOU definitely does not exclude. It includes every single grade level that we offer at Hollister. At some level, I think it equates to 185 art classrooms throughout the year. It continues the ukulele, the beloved ukulele. You have to jump on and watch that. It is hilarious. It's such a great thing for 3rd graders. And then extending voice to 2nd graders. So we're very excited to present this MOU for your consideration.
Does special day class, do they get a part of this?
Everybody participates.
Okay, so even special day? Okay, good.
Yeah, they mainstream in and they come into, that's a mainstream opportunity. Yeah.
Did you say every single student participates?
TK through 8.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's an amazing opportunity for every single student to have an outlet. We know that each of us is driven by something different, and for me, art is intimidating. But when you have a trained teacher who can guide you through step by step, then it's a little less intimidating. Or for others, it may be that break in their day where they're like, yes, it's art day, and they get that opportunity for that outlet. So critical for a well-rounded child.
This is so important. I think we've talked about, I think all of us have been supportive of your program and just really happy that now it's all the students and
Inclusive.
And it's gonna last the
inclusive,
whole year?
right?
Yes.
And do you all have questions? I do have a question. We've talked about a little bit, and I'm assuming, because we've talked, but I wanted to hear a little bit about, the infusing of, maybe some trauma-informed curriculum or racial, cultural considerations. Is that being?
So what's nice about the Arts Council is that they're on top of any state mandated art requirements and curriculum, and very sensitive to the needs of our students and the desires of the district. So very confident that we are going to provide a program. They're so effective at kind of sneaking the vegetables into the dinner, so to speak, and very excited. And hopefully we can build a partnership in the ELOP program with them. I have some great ideas, and obviously we have some funds that we are able to spend. So I just can't imagine, I can't wait, and the sky's the limit for that. So we'll see. We'll start with this for now.
Okay.
And then one more question, but I think I know the answer, but I want to make sure that the public knows. This includes staff that are bilingual, bicultural, which I also think is important. I said this last time, but meeting one of your staff and how she was like, the best way to describe her is like a tia in the classroom. Like everybody's like, oh, it just, I think that's important.
It absolutely is. I think we're thinking of the same person and how well she worked with our therapeutic program and how those students, need a little extra time and patience and a different avenue. And she did wonders with them. The murals that they created, that student population was fantastic. Yeah, the Arts Council is just, I can't say enough good things about them. They do a really knockout program. Really appreciative.
Thank
to have
you.
that partnership.
Thank you. Hollister is very lucky to have you.
That should go on video. Okay, anyway, do we have a motion to approve? Or do we have to discussion approval? Yes.
Yes. I make a motion that we approve the memorandum of understanding between the Hollister School District and the San Benito County Arts Council.
I'll second.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Thank you.
Hey,
Thank you.
good for our students.
I'm so excited.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you.
Very exciting.
Send us pictures. All right, letter H, discussion and approval of memorandum of understanding between Hollister School District and YMCA of San Benito County.
So this MOU is serving two items that we are required, that we spoke about earlier, the after-school program. So there's the ACES program, which we've been running for a while, and that provides care until 6 p.m. at certain schools. And now the ELOP program is very similar, but it extends, as you were discussing, the intersessions. So we're able to have over the November break, December break, the February break, we're obligated to provide 30 days of intersession time. And if we had more time in preparation, we could have started in July, because 6 weeks is a lot, and you piece it together. We don't want to encroach on some already fabulous plans for summer school. If we could have the students come in July, do a preparatory program, get them ready for school, engage them in exciting activities, then we can provide those 30 days. And they're 9-hour days, so that's a long day that those children have a safe, secure, engaging, enriching place to be. So YMCA is providing our services under ACES and ELOP. Those sites are there. They're primarily our elementary sites. And the benefit to ELOP is it's not as rigid as ACES, so we're able to provide to more students. That is geared towards our unduplicated population. And as you can imagine, we have an extensive list. And so ideally, I was telling Crystal that, you know, it would be great for her not to have people have to pay, that they can just come into our program and everybody can attend.
Questions about the one? I had a question. So I know the 9 hours is quite long. During those times at school 9 session, how do the meals work?
So, I know somebody who works for our district who's particularly effective at getting people food. And, so it's all in coordination with, the nutrition department and, getting those students fed.
So, go ahead.
Go ahead. Well, go ahead.
I'm just want to clarify. So this is before and after school and intersession and or summer program.
Yes, so we don't have any before school
Okay.
programs. We do have several schools that start really early. So the obligation is to run the program at the minimum till 6 p.m.
Okay.
And so
After school.
Yeah, after school, we do that. There is some opportunity if we expand the program. As you can see, there's plenty of wiggle room for schools that start later, like Lad Lane or Rancho Santana. They might have an opportunity to start earlier before school. But this is going to be a big project for us, and you know, who knows, we meet regularly at this region level to figure out how we're going to spend this money in the right places at the right time.
Did you have a question?
It's staffing.
Yeah.
It just, how,
Mhm.
you're talking about vacation and teachers staff want to go on vacation during
These
those.
aren't teachers.
Oh, they're not.
It's YMCA, right?
YMCA.
Currently,
But who's
it's
going to be on
YMCA,
campus?
and Hollister Youth Alliance is the next MOU. So they provide staff for us. It's not to say that we can't run our own staffing program, but you know, we're just not there. We're right at the infancy stages for that. So there are larger districts that do employ their own staff, but the 9-hour day obviously is an issue, and the state is now recognizing that, you know, hey, it's hard to find people, one, to work 8 hours, or how do you staff so that you're covering that 9 hours. So those are the conversations that are going on at the state level, recognizing that this isn't the easiest thing.
And then I'm curious, so let's say, you know, this is approved, and then how does a parent, you know, sign up, and then is it gonna be like, I'll sign up for after school only? Is it gonna be, no, you have to do everything? How does that?
So the ACES is very restricted. It requires an 85% attendance. And so our funding is reduced or impacted by attendance for ACES. And like I said before, ACES and ELP are starting to blur together. And so we're braiding those funding sources. So you could have an ACES school, like R.O. Hardin is an ACES school, but you know, we would love to provide them the ELP features, the intercession and whatnot, and focus on the UPP students there. So that is how we're going to figure out how we're providing those services and go from there. We're thinking that the ELP is going to be it's going to be the predominant care. So so for signing up, the YMCA, the providers then solicit. We certainly help them, but anybody is able to advocate for their child and say, I want in on this. And we are, at this point, you know, we're limited by staffing because we're not sure, you know, how we can fill that. And I know that is a viable concern, getting staff there. So, but I encourage parents to advocate for their children.
Yeah, this would be a good one to Parent Square kind of notification, right? Like, hey, we have this program
Yeah.
in English and Spanish.
Right, and the ELOP, like I said, is much more flexible, so once we have targeted our UPP, which is a sizable amount, I mean, it's almost 70% of our students. Once that has been exhausted and people say no thank you or whatnot, then we can open it up to all students. So that's nice too.
I think the other question I had was facilities, and do we have facilities for something like this, available?
They use classrooms.
I know they do, but it's not ideal.
Yeah, I think Lad Lane, we have to have them on the roof or something.
Yeah.
Lad Lane is full to the gills.
Yeah.
So yes, it's right now we're being creative because staff is still in their classrooms until contract time ends or so. And so creating that schedule where the children can be together, fed, have a place for them to run around, have their activities, and then transitioning to a classroom.
So is there any accountability with these funds? Like, are they expected to do homework? What are the parameters of what is intended and what instruction or what focus is that time being utilized for?
So it's for academic enrichment, and that can be as broad as homework help or to do like run a sports club or do, I have so many ideas, thanks to Anne, where we would love to do like a nutrition pathway, so, and then maybe rotate the pathways around to the different schools. So we do a nutrition, this month is all, today we're gonna make egg salad sandwiches and what goes into that, how do you hard cook an egg, that sort of thing. Doing nutrition, sports, athletics, the academics, the Arts Council, I think would be great to do theater, music, voice. I mean, my mind's just like, oh my gosh. Yeah, it's very exciting, providing those students an opportunity that they wouldn't normally get. Also being in contact with Monterey Bay Aquarium, having them do a marine biology strand would be great. So we have obviously the funds to really get in there and do a high quality. We just have to get the partnerships in place and then get the staffing and get it going. Like I said, I do regular meetings with the region, so I'm hearing what Santa Clara is doing, Gilroy, Monterey, and it's great to share ideas so that we can all say, oh, we have that organization here, or we can do that.
Like their Power School model? That's what Gilroy does, the 6 to 6 Power School.
So I'm sure it's it's very similar to this. My conversations are strictly to the ELOP and the ACEs, so I'm unfamiliar if that's the same thing or if it's, probably.
Awesome.
Sounds like it.
Yeah. Thank
very
you.
exciting.
So, do we approve this one? Do we have a motion?
I make a motion that we approve the memorandum of understanding between the Hollister School District and the YMCA San Benito County.
I'll second.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right, thank you. And I'm assuming you're staying for the next one. Discussion and approval of MOU between Hollister School District and Youth Alliance.
So this one is very similar. These Youth Alliance runs ACEs programs, and then we're expanding them to ELOP also. And we talked about curricular activities and opportunities for students. The Hollister Youth Alliance, or I guess it's just Youth Alliance now. I really felt that we in conversations would have a bigger impact at the middle schools. They have a curriculum that they follow that is heavy on SEL, and I thought that would be great to focus there on the middle schools and have a consistency. So I was glad that they were agreeable to that, and so they are going to be at Mays, Rancho, so Musto, Calaveras, R.O. Hardin, and AAA.
Nice. Is that kind of like their CASA program? It's similar?
Yes. Yeah.
Awesome.
If not they're in. I think it's the same.
I hear great things about it.
Yeah. It's great for the middle schoolers to have a place to be and somebody to participate with them. a good model.
So, and you mentioned, and I'm glad you said the SEL, because I was thinking when you were talking before, and of course, I'm all about art and dance and everything, and then I hear our principal Lilia in my mind about the importance of reading, right? And I'm just, through all the fun, if we can, I'm sure you are gonna throw in a little bit of, academic reading, fun, writing, because I think she made a good case about, if you don't know how to read and write, then what are we doing, right? So just making sure that we do that, and that for our English language learners, right, that we take this opportunity. I mean, that's what this money's for, is to get them up to speed and reclassify them. So, really excited that that's what's gonna happen.
Yeah, I'm very excited about how we can be creative with those pathways, whether we have a poetry unit or writing or absolutely. Yeah, the unduplicated students are the foster youth, the English learners, and the socioeconomically disadvantaged. So when you provide services to students that are socioeconomically disadvantaged, a memory comes back from when I taught 3rd grade and I took my class to Gab College, and the kids were like, that's like TV, but in real life, and never seen live theater before.
Right.
If we can give those opportunities and experiences to these children that don't have that normally, you never know what door that's going to open for them.
Right.
Well, even the enlacing of, like you were saying, the Monterey Bay Aquarium, most of these kids have never experienced that. Been to the beach. Just those simple things, the museum, the tech museum. There's so many things that some of our students will never get to be a part of.
Yeah.
And so, in hopes of trying to embed some of those things, if we can't do it on, at a school site to do a field trip, maybe interlacing it with these programs would be great.
Yeah, that's what I appreciate about this, is providing those opportunities for that targeted population. Level the playing field.
Yeah.
Quick plug, there's a play happening at the high school in October. I mean, why not take, and I think you're right, live theater, not everybody has access. It's right here, so, or Teatro Campesino.
Right, yeah, that was another strand that I thought would be great, and talk about English learners,
Yeah.
so, that's perfect.
Thank you, this
Yeah.
is exciting.
Sure.
Thank you.
Do we have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion that we approve the memo of understanding between the Hollister School District and Youth Alliance.
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have an oral summary of compensation offered to Assistant Superintendent Kip Ward.
Okay, so we are winding down on the agenda, but as we get to the bottom of the agenda, we have this technical item that's on. This would, after this oral compensation and summary is read, this would allow for us to move on to the next item, which would be the board's consideration for an extension of the contract to our assistant superintendent. So I'm going to go ahead and read the oral summary of compensation offered to our assistant superintendent, Kip Ward.
Because I don't know if that other speaker is picking her up.
Okay, so Assembly Bill 1437 requires the executive compensation to be orally summarized in open session before it is approved by the board. The assistant superintendent's total compensation will be $177,605 per school year. The term of the contract will be July 1, 2022 through July 30th, 2026. The assistant superintendent shall be entitled to receive the same health and welfare benefits package that is provided to other full-time district senior management employees. It is intended that the number of workdays in each school year covered by this contract shall be 227 days, including vacation days. The assistant superintendent shall accrue the same sick leave, which is 15 days, and vacation leave, 23 days, as district senior management employees. Dues to professional education organizations will be provided. Also, other annual membership dues and other professional and community service organizations may be approved by the board. This completes the oral summary of compensation offered to the assistant superintendent. Okay. The next item, item 14K, is now the actual discussion and action that would be considered by the board tonight. I am requesting of the board that we discuss and consider approval of an amendment to Mr. Kip Ward's contract. Sometimes I'm asked by the board or, you know, in general, what does Kip do? So what does Kip do? And I think that it's very important for me to be able to take the opportunity tonight to really just give a brief glimpse as to what Kip does. I can speak, I think, pretty much probably for quite a bit of time, but I'm going to be as concise as I can. Kip has been one of the instrumental, I think, teammates that has worked alongside of this cabinet, alongside myself, as we've transitioned from a fairly new team to a more experienced team. I think nothing could have prepared us for last year, but we made it through, and always Kip has been one that to demonstrate grace, to demonstrate reflectiveness, and to demonstrate his passion for the Hollister School District and for the Hollister community in general. The fact that Kip speaks to the principals and assistant principals on a regular basis, he provides support. We talk about how important it is to build capacity from within, to support through problem solving, whether it's an upset family, whether it's a staffing situation that perhaps will become a personnel issue, whether it's transfers, whether it's, you know, you name it, Kip is on it. I had the privilege earlier today to be able to share with the board that today was kind of busy. You know, we didn't really get to sit down and really deconstruct what happened in the first 6 hours of the day until, I don't know, 3 p.m. And what happened is that we find ourselves sometimes double and triple booked. But what I can do is always know and depend that not just Kip, but also the entire cabinet, if I can't cover a meeting, one of them will. If they can't cover a meeting, okay, we're going to shoulder tap one of the other ones. And that, I think, is part of the beauty of what is making this team function and work through some of the challenges that come our way. And I think that my most favorite Kip-ism is still in the Cienega room. The Cienega room is a conference room in our front office. And a while back ago, when we were having kind of, I would say, a colorful little time there, Kip wrote on the board, "It's a new day." And what I think about when I see that is every opportunity is a new day. And we even deconstructed it further. Sometimes every hour is a new hour when you deal with some of the things that we deal with. And to know that the board would consider an extension to his contract that would allow for us to have that certainty until 25-26 is powerful. Not only are we talking about it bringing consistency to the community, it would bring consistency to the cabinet team and to the fact that I would have a partner in it for the long haul. And I rely on my partners. It's not my strength, it's the collective strength of the team. And I'm requesting of the board tonight that we consider an extension to Kip's contract.
I think I've known Kip probably the longest. We went to school together, elementary school. And, you know, in this part of life, what I admire the most, I think, about Kip is there's never been ego to your personality. You are genuine, you are humble, and patient, grace. There's a lot of descriptions to you. I think having been raised here, knowing this is the community you wanted to stay in, raise your children in, and give back to, says a lot about who you are as a person. And we are very fortunate to have you. I mean, the contract, we don't know if we're here tomorrow or not. We don't know. That's in someone else's hands. But I think the fact that, you know, the commitment and the appreciation that we have for everything that you have given and will give to this district and our community is representative of what we feel about a lot of people, but you are what is being presented tonight, and I'm just honored to be able to do this and continue this commitment with the Hollister School District and yourself.
I'm very honored to know Kip, and I feel he's very compassionate and honest. I once worked for Kip, and I remember I was a library media specialist, and he was my principal, and he came into the library, and I could just see it all over his face. He was worried. He could have even been sweating a little bit. And he came up to me and he said, Kathy, he said, we just got to talk. He said, you know, your position's changing, and you're going to be doing the curriculum now. It's going to be more work. And I said, more work? I said, that's nothing. More work? I love to work. And you could just see it on his face, you know, oh, thank goodness, you know. He cares about his employees. He cares about his team. Like I said, his compassion for people and students. He's out there giving high fives to the kids. You know, he's where he needs to be, and he loves where he needs to be. Thank you, Kip.
Well, I used to teach with Kip, and we taught language arts together and at Mays. And so we would talk about curriculum, and we had department meetings together and that kind of stuff. And he was a great teammate, and we always, you know, did ideas and, you know, shared what we were gonna do and that kind of stuff. And he was a great teammate. And, but you knew he was gonna do bigger things, you know. And this has just been, I look at him as a teammate now. You know, he's my teammate. And that's how I look at everybody here. We're teammates. Because that's what we need to have, is teammates. And I think this is perfect for us, and I hope perfect for you. And he'll tell us if it's not. So I'm glad that we're gonna do this.
He's still working for us, guys. He's not leaving. I just have a question. You said 2025, or did I hear you wrong? It's shall commence on July 1st, 2021, and end on 2026.
Yeah,
June
30th,
4.
2023.
So is this wrong?
So this was the original.
Oh, okay. I'm reading
amend-
the wrong one.
The amendment is behind the actual contract that he's currently employed on. Great question. The amendment itself indicates that the district entered an employment agreement with KIPP on August 24th, 2021. The amendment itself would have the contract then start July 1, 2022, which is the beginning of this fiscal year, and end June 30th, 2026.
Okay. And this is in line with the way we've done other contracts,
Yes.
right? With the principals and admin.
This.
I'm surprised he didn't have one.
So this is.
Why did?
This is in line with the executive contracts, like the assistant superintendents, the superintendent contracts. This is best practice for how they're done with the CBO contract as well. This would be the route that would be legal best practice.
Excellent. Shall we approve?
Did we make a motion?
Oh, did we make a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the amendment to number 1 to Assistant Superintendent Kip Ward's contract.
I'll second.
Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right, You're stuck with us a little while longer. Thank you. Thank you. I know. I know. I was like, he's right.
You want to hear it while you're still here.
That is the objective. Yeah.
It's a new day, Kip. Okay, last one, superintendent's report for the month of August. And I'll go ahead and get started. So we definitely know that school is definitely back in session. Folks are busy. To help us prepare for school being back in session, we have supported our schools and our communities, and this is a way that sometimes doesn't get as publicized as it should be. But I really wanted to, again, be very transparent and very appreciative of our administrators. There was a group of administrators that volunteered, and two classified staff, 3 classified staff, actually. I don't want to miss them. One on her birthday, went to the Target parking lot, and we spent hours distributing about 500 backpacks to the Hollister School District students on a Saturday before school. That allowed for us to have that FaceTime with students. It allowed for us to, get to interact with their parents and stuff, and allowed for these students to go to school on day 1 prepared. Nice. So I just really want to highlight that. We also were part of a resource fair, and by me saying we, I really mean the student nutrition department. They served hundreds of hot dogs to students, and the primary focus was homeless students, foster youth students, and so on. And Anne and her team were out there in the blazing heat of the afternoon on that particular day serving hot dogs, and that is just awesome. So part of what we've done, you might be thinking, what is it that these folks do and what have they been doing as we prepare for school? This is just a really brief list as we prepared for the school year in the month of August. We've been hiring. Linda and the team have really been working all of these long and odd hours sometimes as they reach out to different folks based on their availability to hire classified staff, certificated staff, and administrative staff as needed. We still have some vacancies, which is not uncommon right now. I had a meeting recently with all of the districts that are local to San Bernardino County, and we're not alone. Every district has at least some or more vacancies. We're hiring, and Linda's team is hiring substitutes to fill, needs as vacant positions come up due to absences or so on, and that includes classified and certificated substitutes. The educational services team has really embraced and moved forward with all of the curriculum needs, with these new programs, the programs such as the ELOP, the expansion of the Arts Council, San Bernardino Arts Council contract. There's a lot that goes on to support our instructional program, and the Ed Services team has been ordering, has been distributing curriculum, has been meeting the needs. I know that Dr. Myers personally delivered curriculum as needed in the first couple of days of school to meet the need. Enrollment, we have our student services department really focused in on enrollment. We're happy to say that in the days leading up to the start of school, and even in the week leading up to the start of school, we have had a significant increase in enrollment at particular schools. For example, Ladd Lane is operating at its full capacity. Sunny Slope increased. We have an increase at Rancho. We have an increase at HDLA. However, we'll see in a little bit, those increases still keep our enrollment lower than what we ended last year. But the positive is that we are increasing. We also work on, yes, sure.
Are we saying then those sites are full and directing them to different sites because they're full?
Not necessarily, but that could be. So it depends on the grade level. It depends on the availability of staff. We have some schools that although their enrollment is increasing, there's rosters of students that are 20. That's
Right.
still fairly low. We have, it's based on the grade level and based on the overall, I think, enrollment of that school. When I say that Lad Lane is full, I mean that every one of their classrooms is being utilized for a classroom.
Right, but, R.O. Hardin, they said that they had 2 third grades at 30 each.
That's something that we definitely will look at in the morning. I know that we look at it daily to look at what the actual average is. There could be that some classes are lower, and so even though there's a specific classroom that might be high or 2, the average itself will be lower based on the overall TK through 3rd grade average.
Right, but we don't want to keep those high classrooms.
Right, right.
Okay, so like, would you do a combo class? I mean, how are we going to handle this?
So that's a good question. A few days ago, we looked at Sunny Slope. We opened up 2 new positions to lower the class sizes, and I'm gonna say this very loosely. It may have been 2nd and 3rd grade.
Mhm.
And what we did was worked with that principal, and there was combination classes. I know that those are not ideal, but what it allowed for is to have 2 or 3 grade levels go down if we added 2 teachers and created 2 combo classes. So that's being looked at daily.
Okay, so, as a cabinet, then you've decided to do that and not have kids go to a different school site, or? Because I had mixed feelings when Diego just shut a class down. So we're gonna do it that way. I don't know how.
So there's different variables, and I think that it's not a yes or no answer, and it's not a clear, delineated, question. Because what happens sometimes is, for example, at Sunny Slope, there could be a TK 3rd grade student that is trying to enroll, but the class sizes are high, and that person lives across the street from Sunny Slope. So is it best when we look at the overall enrollment to add staff? Or is it best to send families across town and have them, transport their students? We're trying to be as inclusive as possible.
Where they have a brother or a sister. and,
Right,
yeah.
right.
It's
So
it's not a, pretty hard to be cut and dry.
Yeah.
I agree.
I think that's a good, I appreciate that consideration for
Mhm.
the family. I think that wasn't happening
Yeah, I know,
before.
that's why
So I'm
Mhm.
glad that we're going back to accommodating, neighborhoods and families' needs. And I know this is part of your report, and just kind of thinking about this, I think we still need to have that conversation of facilities, looking at the numbers, it's, they're all creeping up. And even,
Right.
but it's surprising that it's still lower than,
There's no more rise.
right.
So
But
the
it's
overall
still-
number included rise.
So, but she said it's still lower than
What we ended with
what
last
we
year.
ended
Yeah.
with last year.
Because there's no, I think Lisa hit it on the head, there's no rise.
So those 100 and however many
200
students
kids.
Are back
Yeah.
in.
are in a school now.
And
I
our
mean,
exiting,
theoretically.
yes,
Yeah.
our exiting 8th grade class was much longer than the entering
That's what
kinder
it was.
class.
That's what it
Mhm.
was.
So
That's what it is.
I'll swiftly go through the next few points, and then we'll get to that
Okay,
slide.
okay.
Also looking at, and it goes along with what we're talking about, facilities. Our staff has been working on work orders to prepare our sites for our students' return. Aaron and his team have been working with the KYA group to do walkthroughs of all sites. About a week ago, they completed the remaining roof assessments. So the anticipated timeline is for the board to hear a report of the facilities needs assessment by the consultant in September.
Oh,
Okay, so that is coming. We also have IT. We've heard about our IT needs, and we know that our IT department has decreased. They're doing a wonderful job trying to be as supportive to the sites as possible, but there are human limitations to having just a small, group to work with. They have incredibly so finished their access point installation, and as we recall, that was about 140 access points, 146 around there, that were installed by 2 staff members to replace some of the old ones. That's an incredible feat in itself, and something that I think kudos to the IT department as they move forward with what loosely is their new norm. I know that as a district, we're looking at how we can support and fill in some of the staffing needs in a way that's sustainable, and that is one of the departments that we would look at.
And what about the computer issue?
Right, that's something that our IT director has brought up for a couple of years now, that our Chromebooks are becoming obsolete and that we would need a plan. It's a great question because, as we recall, in June, the board adopted a resolution that would allocate an excess of funds, and I believe it was either 900,000 or 500,000. Please don't quote me on that, but it was a specific amount to replenishing, the devices.
We did talk about that.
Right, right. So, working with Beth, will come up with a way to come up with, especially with our teachers getting maybe some up-to-date.
So we will work with our CBO and our IT director to formulate a plan to ensure that we have the adequate levels of working devices for a district our size.
Do we have any
The comment made sense. I mean, if we're not gonna have IT supporting old,
Right.
more than 5 years
Might as well
old
buy new
computers,
ones.
it makes more sense to find, buy a newer computer to eliminate all the issues that you have trying to figure out what the heck is wrong with
Right.
this one
Right.
that's outdated and needs to just be replaced.
So we're on it. It's on our radar.
Do we have any extra, like for the people that don't have any?
So we will look at that particular case. I know that it was mentioned tonight that somebody, a staff
Right,
member does not
doesn't
have
have
one.
one.
I know that if it's one staff member, then I'm sure that we can find
I'm
some
willing
sort of
to-
device.
Yeah, I'm willing to give
Me
mine
too.
back.
As
Me
am
too.
I,
As am I.
if it
Thank you.
means that a student
Yeah,
or
me
a
too.
staff member can get one.
Thank you.
Me too.
So we will be in communication with you should that be needed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And then the one thing that we would need to consider is if it's a staff member or a sub. Staff members are at a different level than subs. If it's a sub, that's completely different. So we need to clarify that.
And
But they have to take attendance from their computer.
Right,
So even a sub needs a computer, is what
There-
I'm trying to say.
right. There's alternate ways as well. As far as taking attendance, some sites print a roster and it's hand.
Well, at
Done.
the middle school, and
Right,
Maze is a middle school,
Sure.
they need it.
right. Okay. So then we have our student nutrition department. And like I mentioned a little while ago, Ann and her team have definitely been very busy. If anybody has been by R.O. Hardin on the weekends and you see about 200
Yes.
students or 200 community kids in orange jerseys, right behind those excited little athletes, you have the student nutrition department feeding the community. So kudos to Ann and her staff that have never, ever said, I can't do it. In addition to that, they've also picked up the rural schools, and there's
That's
students that we
huge.
may never meet, and maybe even a handful of them 50 miles away that are getting hot meals because Ann and her team have that can-do
No,
attitude.
that's
so
big.
amazing.
That is big.
Awesome. And as we've heard from Beth tonight, she's a little busy on day 10. She's doing closing of the books and the 45-day revision, and we appreciate all the work that she has done so far, and I know that she's going to complete with her team and getting us closer to the close of the books. So those are a few of the key things that reflect, I think, an overall general sense of what our departments are working on. Moving forward, as to why we're here for the students. And on Friday, when this enrollment was taken, it was at 5,701 students. It has gone down a slight bit since Friday, since we published this agenda. What's happening is that each day, our school sites are finding out whether or not those students that have been absent in the first 5 days, this is day 5, whether or not they're going to come. So the numbers are going to fluctuate a little bit because students are walking through the doors to enroll, but we're also dropping students that are not showing up. We have that as a absolute priority for the first 10 days of school. So for the following 5 more school days, we will be hyper focused on that task.
So our school sites themselves, the office staff are calling and verifying.
They call, they verify the absences. Sometimes the families realize, okay, I should be reaching out to my school. You know, for example, I got a random email, superintendent, we're not there anymore. Okay, thank you for letting me know. We moved out of town or state or something. So communication's coming in because folks are then trying to enroll at another school, potentially in California, and you can only have one CalPADS number. So if they're actively enrolled here, you need to drop them so that they can enroll somewhere else.
And you'll ask, as a teacher, you'll ask the kids, hey, where is this guy? You know, they'll tell you, you know. And then you'll tell the office, oh, they're in Fresno. Or wherever.
Of note on this slide is that Sunny Slope, Lad Lane, and Cerro Vista have all added 8th grades this year, so that have made their campuses expand. HDLA, our biggest school, has added 2 8th grade classes, and Rancho Santana is now also at its second 8th grade class. So HDLA itself is at 4 8th grade classes, which makes it by far the largest school in the Hollister School District. All right. And we are looking forward to our back to school events. Unfortunately, tonight there was one that, you know, we missed, but there are several more coming up. And those are posted through Parent Square. The schools are sending those out to our families. And we also have a list of them available online. We have our middle school athletics that we're very excited that will be up and coming. This is something that is also part of that supporting students, opening access for middle school athletics to students that perhaps are not able to fund or pay for competitive sports or club sports is a need in our community, and we're looking forward to moving forward with this plan and having an athletic director hired in the next few weeks or so.
Have we talked about the pragmatic part of doing this, like uniforms and where they're gonna practice? And
so this is all part of the planning. The athletic director is typically involved in that as far as coordinating the use of the fields with the facilities department or with the principals, at coordinating the fact that we need referees or game officials. We have some athletic equipment, but we may need to order some athletic equipment. So it is all part of the, you know, the plan to move athletics forward.
2 questions. All schools with middle school children will have access to the middle school athletics?
It is middle school grades, and this is part of the conversation that I think if the board would like to discuss it, but the idea is if 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, I'm gonna make this up, at Lad Lane down the street here, has middle school grades, they are middle school grades. If the board, you know, directs the district to not move forward in that way, then, you know, we would need to open that up, but as discussion. I know that students are excited, staff are excited, principals are excited. We have had in the past AAA, Calaveras, and HDLA participate in athletics, and they are the TK8 sites. And AAA, you know, is on the Calaveras campus, but they've participated in the past.
Yeah, we combined, and we would play against Mays and Rancho. The other question, how soon can they start?
So the posting would be 5 days, a minimum 5 days. Let me see if I remember my HR days. but we would move forward, you know, as swiftly as possible.
I think we need to get some of the pragmatic parts.
Mhm.
And get that all lined up before we get kids involved.
Well,
Well, that, you
that's
need the
part of the
direct,
plan, yeah.
you need
Right.
the position, right, this
Yeah.
person?
Right.
But that would be this person's responsibility.
To work with the district office staff to
Right,
be
not
able to,
our
I
responsibility.
know, but I mean, how are you gonna do uniforms, or are you gonna do uniforms?
They did last time, they
Yeah,
had,
but we got new schools, so they're gonna have to
I,
get uniforms.
I mean, I'm assuming that that person would, you know, get different colors for the different,
Part of,
that's part,
part of
right,
the
that they all
process.
would,
Yeah.
I'm sure matching their school
Yes.
color, right,
Yeah,
with,
their
yeah, with their
logos, yeah.
logo, and I think that's the least, the
Right.
exciting part is that
it's
these
coming,
kids are gonna have sport, fall
To
sports.
me, you know, the only thing is this position as the athletic director a full-time position? Or is it a stipend position to where they're still doing teaching if it's a certificated, which most of them are?
yeah.
And then you have all the coaches that generally come out of either certificated and classified, or,
Mhm.
okay.
So that's a good point. This is a stipend position. It typically has in the past been a certificated staff member that, you know, fills this position. People apply, they're interviewed if there's more than one candidate. The opportunities for coaching are open to both classified and certificated staff. They have to have, you know, certain prerequisites like a CPR certification and so on, but that is how it works. Those are positions that are posted as well, and they get hired on through HR and so on. All right. We've heard a lot tonight about the expanded learning opportunities. I won't go too into it, but thank you, board. You've approved 2 of the contracts that will allow for our students to have those opportunities, and I'm excited to be able to visit some of them in the afternoons and see that students are safe and they are afforded these opportunities to have an enriched academic day into the afternoon. We're also looking at posting the social worker supervisor position. Tonight we heard a lot of comments about how important SEL is and how we would want to bring certain positions back. I know that as a district, we're looking at a specialized SEL team. And we've talked about the differences between a social worker. The qualifications for a social worker and the qualifications for a school counselor are vastly different. The social worker positions do have a more specialized approach to working with students, and the idea is to build upon that and to build upon the ability to bring a position that's a supervisor position that would lead the social workers and the mental health therapists and lead the group of interns as we move the district forward with addressing the social worker and mental health plan that we have.
How many schools do not have a SEL person at their site?
Right now, we have currently, I believe it's 2 staff members that came back to the district. But as we recall, the board took action to approve 2 social workers on a temporary basis, so we have 1 left. And then for the mental health therapists, 1 came back, and I believe the board approved 4, so that means that we have 3 left. The district is actively recruiting for those positions. We've also had a very robust approach.
So
We have 2 on contract right now.
okay, so we're short 8 right, or 7 right now? Do we
If-
do
If the model is going to be that every school has one, then yes,
We're 9 sites,
9 sites and we have 2, so 7.
7 short.
And we have the ability to hire 4 right now.
We
between
have
that.
the ability to hire 6. The board approved 6 positions. 4 mental health therapists and 2 social workers.
Right, but we already have 1 of each, right? So still to be hired, there's 4, correct?
3 mental
Yes.
health,
Yes.
1 social worker.
Yes,
Yeah, there's
Yes.
still to be hired 4.
Four
yes, thank
total.
you for clarifying. Yes,
And then we still kept 2 counselors, or?
there are still 2 counselors.
So, do they count in this mix or not?
Different.
If they,
Different.
if
I don't
they,
think our teachers understand that.
No, we should, yeah.
Okay.
If
clarify
there
that.
needs
So
to be a
school-
re-education there.
okay, so school counselors focus on academic support. They are a school counselor and their credential is specialized as school counseling. The purpose of a school counselor is to help with the academics, help with the courses, help with the assignment of the courses to students. As a district 2 years ago, or I don't know when it was, the year of COVID, when we needed to, or as a district, when we thought of SEL as being a concept, the district posted social workers and mental health therapists, which are 2 separate. There was an inability to fill the need in a short amount of time. So at that time, district administration directed HR to open it up and hire school counselors. We did hire a great number of school counselors to try to fill SEL needs, but their credentials are completely different. Their training is different. When we look at the specialty that a social worker has, it's vastly different than the specialty that a school counselor has. They're both valuable and they're both trained in different areas. When we look at our ability to hire a school social worker supervisor, the 2 social workers that were approved, the 4 mental health therapists, this team of folks would also allow for the district to have 9 interns.
Right.
Up to 9 interns. That is a completely different model than what we were
Right.
employing
Right.
before. The idea is, yes, the Hollister School District and its leadership value SEL. We're trying to shift the SEL focus into a more specialized
Right.
way to serve our student needs. That's what we're doing.
And this position would be a permanent, not one-time funds, or would it, I don't know.
This position right now is slated for one-time funds, but it is, it has 2 years of funding. That gives us 2 years to look for either another categorical
Well, the
fund or,
Governor is
Yeah.
trying to make it.
Permanent, yeah.
Yeah, permanent funding.
Yep.
So we're 7 short. What about those interns? When do they start?
so,
You can't
we,
have interns if you don't
we need
have
a
the
supervisor.
supervisor.
Yeah,
Cart before the horse.
Mhm.
right.
We want to do things the right way. So this, the school social worker supervisor position, we're finalizing the job description. That will be posted. The middle school athletics director will be posted. And we're moving forward with those plans.
Okay.
So the next time we meet, we should be able to have an update and say, it's been posted, this is, and so on.
I think one more thing that we should repeat is this position is also, I thought, gonna help with our community schools, right, grant?
There is a partnership that they can have with the community schools grant. Thank you for bringing that up. I know that the community schools grant is a planning grant, but we've met with, Dr. Myers and I have met with our coordinator, Patricia Martinez, and she's aware of the fact that we also want to show fruits of our labor this year. Yes, it's planning, and she's, off and running with that planning. She's also already building those partnerships. She has several lined up already to demonstrate and to show that, one, SEL is definitely part of it. Community resources coming into the schools that are designated as community schools is also another facet of this. Parent engagement is another avenue that we need to really just strengthen. And we're on our way, because as we recall, we will, for the first time ever, we will be having that Capturing Kids' Hearts training, a session in English and a session in Spanish for our families, for up to 250 families in each session. That's pretty magnificent.
Right. Awesome.
So it's coming together, and I heard the word braiding tonight. We're braiding together all of the efforts, and I think this is something that although it might seem a little bit vague, it will come to fruition. And we're trying to be as sustainable as possible as we move forward. The next item that we have pending is the school configurations, which I think is why the middle school athletics was, a talking point a little while ago. This is something that is on our horizon, things that we've looked at. I know that Jan has provided some articles that we are going to take a look at. If the board is interested in having a meeting in September, I know that we said that August was a little bit busy. If we wanted September, we can coordinate that offline and hold a meeting to talk about the school configurations. So I'd like to connect with the board on that.
This is middle school.
This is middle school configuration.
Yeah, I have kind of mixed, I don't know if we should have the community and the cabinet kind of do this, and then come to us, or I'm not sure how it should work. I mean, I have
What's the
strong-
goal? What's the goal?
I think the goal is that we should have differentiation between a middle school and a K through 8, a TK through 8. And the goal should be that our community understands the difference between 6 through 8 school, Mays and Rancho, and a TK through 8. And so that when they are choosing, when a parent is deciding, do I want my child to go to a middle school, or do I want to keep my child? And I think a goal for us should be, what kind of programs do we want to have? What kind of curriculum do we want at a middle school? And how is that going to be different from the curriculum that should just be 1 6th grade, 1 7th grade, and 1 8th grade? That's what should have been done. Because when we narrow and keep our middle schools too low, then we make it very difficult for them to open up to lots of electives because the population is too small.
Because of the money.
No, the population of the students is too small, and you
at
don't
the
have enough
dedicated
teachers.
middle schools.
Yeah.
So, to me, this begs a larger conversation with the high school too, to be able to see vertical integration and help our students be prepared
Right.
to go to the high school and be successful.
Right.
And so if we do something like this, where we're trying to find that differentiation, it should be in conjunction, I would think, with what the high school is going to have available for them. Because it could be the beginning of a, what do they call them? The different, husbandry, animal husbandry, and the other different options and avenues available for those kinds of electives.
I'm gonna say something here that, middle school is the last time children will not be tracked. When they go to high school, they're automatically tracked because they're gonna take either college classes or not college classes. Let me just finish my point here. And so in middle school, that's why I don't believe in, high classes and advanced classes in middle school, because it's the last time they get to mingle as a group. And they've shown that algebra in 8th grade is really not such a hot idea. And there's lots of controversy about it, and that 8th graders don't do that well in algebra. And there's studies that show it. So I looked at it that I would like to see us stay away from the high school and just let our kids be middle schoolers. And yes, of course, we follow the curriculum that moves them towards success in the high school, because we follow the curriculum of California, and we follow the things that they're supposed to be taught. So when they go to the high school, they have those standards.
So what if, in the spirit of what you're talking about, what about allowing a lower level, less complicated, less rigorous elective program that may dip their toe in the water and they go, oh, I really love this. I
Right.
want to move forward. When I get to the high school, I can take more classes in this direction. But if they don't get exposed at the middle school level, they kind of have to just jump in. And
Well, I
then
agree.
that
I agree with
affects
that.
their
I
options
agree
there.
with that, yeah.
And so I'm saying it could help.
Yeah.
I think that if I know we're not, this is not the day to
Right.
make
I
decisions.
agree, I
This
agree.
is not,
We're
but
debating this
this
right now.
we can,
Yeah.
because, but I think, if I could say two things really quick, I think before we talk about, I'm just asking you all to consider, before we talk about what our wish list would be, I want us to be real about what our reality is.
Right.
Because this has been an issue since we got on the board about the inequities that existed between Rancho and Mays.
Right.
I mean, let's just put it out there, of the electives.
Yeah.
That is
And we're-
something that existed then
Right.
Still exists.
and still exists regardless of how many kids
But that's a
have.
huge issue.
And when we came 4 years ago, the middle schools were busting at the seams. And the ask was help from the kids. I heard it, and from the staff. So then the option, and hindsight, but the solution at the time was put them in K through 8, right? And now here we are. Whoops, was that the best? I don't know, right? But the point being, what the electives are right now is what we should be looking at. I'm
Well,
thinking,
see, to me, it's board policy. It's the structure that we live in is in board policy. Now, I understand what Jan is trying to get the board to
Totally.
frame what a K-8
right,
structure looks like, because it's not gonna be the same as a comprehensive middle school.
and
It
it's
can't
not gonna be the same as your specialized
just-
HDLA program.
It just
right?
can't
Three
be.
different ones.
Yeah.
But again, giving that structure in board policy makes sense. And then be able to elaborate in the ARs as to the distinction and the function and the purpose of
Of each
choice.
one, right,
Okay,
right.
and its structure, because it's gonna be limited to its components within its program,
And cost.
okay? So
Yeah.
that I see us
Yes.
having those conversations
Right,
and doing that.
right.
And I think those conversations should come first.
And if I may add,
Yes.
this is on the list because I know that we're not all on the same page about school configurations, what that means. But that also includes the grading policy. So for the last couple of
Yeah.
months,
That too.
we've talked about future agenda items, middle school or
Yes.
school configurations and grading policies. The links here include the board policy and the AR. I think that as a governing team, we probably should have a meeting to talk about
Right.
and figure out where we're all at so that we can address the school configurations and address the grading policy. Because I think that if we are looking at making any changes to the grading policies, it has to be done, and in my opinion, I would recommend to the board that you direct me to negotiate these changes. It is a impact to the working condition. There's board policy already set on our grading policy. If we change it, I don't believe that we should without consulting with HESTA, our teachers.
Well, to me, this has become a civil rights issue. And this is how I look at it. Because, we really worked hard on the suspension issue. And this is the flip side. And to me, this is civil rights, because when we take an F and give it 59 points, it's a civil rights issue. And so this is how I look at it. And, I mean, I'm willing to take this all the way, so, we need to really work on this issue, because there's no way an F should have 59 point value.
I would definitely recommend that we as a team talk about these last two. That's why they're on here, because I know that you've
Right.
requested future agenda items. I would
I
want to
appreciate
be completely transparent in my recommendation. And that would be my recommendation, particularly for the grading policy.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, it should be negotiated.
Okay, so moving on, because we're not taking any action tonight, we're just reporting out, or trying to report out here some of the topics that we've worked on and that you've requested. We have upcoming community engagement meetings with the board, and I wanted just to remind the public that we have one in the month of August, August 30th at Calaveras and AAA, and then we have the rest of the list there, and this is the opportunity for the community to engage with the Board of Trustees. And we did complete a round of them last school year. In my opinion, they were successful. They allowed for staff, they allowed for families to have interaction with the board, and they were positive. And it was a very positive thing. So with that, as we close out the report, are there any other questions that perhaps we didn't get to during the presentation?
I really like this.
Thank you. It's a little open-ended, but you know,
I
that was
really
on
like
purpose.
Yeah.
Okay,
Anything
thank you.
else? Thank
All right,
you.
thank you.
Board member reports, let's start with trustee Gris.
Let's see, Kathy and I went to the Library Coalition meeting last Saturday, and we'll find out in September whether or not the library will get a $11 million grant. And if that happens, they're gonna move into the Office of Education. They're gonna move into that. And we discussed rooms. They were meeting with a consultant on Monday to help me, Kathy, to figure out rooms that, you know, how we would want to configure, you know, things that we would want in the library.
And structure.
Yeah, how it would be structured, and it's exciting. You know, like when I started on this Library Coalition, I started in 2019, and it's been, we've gone from abysmal to this has been a real plus. So I'm just hoping that that we can get this grant and, you know, really help the community.
Awesome. Trustee Martinez?
I was at the back to school breakfast. That was,
We were all there.
yeah. That was, I love those, coming together, recognizing everybody and just welcoming everybody. I think it's a good way to start the year. I would like us to do more of those things. I think the more that you come together, you break bread, the closer you can come outside of, you know, your daily stuff, because it's important that we see each other as people first and foremost, you know, and appreciate those times together.
First I want to thank Superintendent Sanchez and Aaron, Director of Facilities, for progressing to get that electrical company to get those quick cafes going at Rancho Santana.
And
I'm
I
sure-
handed it too.
And two.
Yeah.
I'm sure she's really gonna.
Look at their opposite. You guys are so humble.
So I think is that September? That's absolutely wonderful. And I was able to visit Lad Lane on the first day of school, and parents were happy, students were happy. It was wonderful. There were no students crying. I didn't see anyone crying. They had a backdrop in front of the school with balloons so the parents could take a first day of school pictures. I went to R.O. Hardin on the second day of school, and the same there. Everyone was absolutely happy. Students, staff, parents were extremely happy dropping off their kids. And I visited a kinder classroom, and it was wonderful. Nikki Bell, the intervention teacher, popped in, and they were going to start testing students, testing kinders. I thought that was amazing on the second day of school. And she told the teacher that they would be in daily for PAF reading, which I was really happy about, and training the, is it an aide? Training the aide?
Instructional assistant. Yeah.
It was wonderful. While I was there, I noticed some boxes hanging around a tree, and I went over to look, and one of the maintenance guys were putting together a bench. And it was absolutely beautiful. This bench was going around a large tree.
Nice.
This was donated by Stephen Gifford and the Pipe Fitter Journeyman Local 393. I'm so happy that community came forward to donate something like that. There's a plaque on there, you know. There's pictures of the kids on it, like a friendship bench. It's wonderful. So I hope that happens more.
We have to recognize that.
I was gonna
I think
say,
so too.
Yes.
You know,
how can we do that?
a
Yeah,
recognition,
it's-
even
You
like
could
we
put
do
it
staff
future-
appreciation, just calling them out and recognizing them for their contribution.
Right. It was very, very nice.
But I don't have anything to report, not this month anyways. I'm looking forward to going to the back to school night for Sunny Slope and Rancho San Justo. And that's about it.
I went to the breakfast too. I also appreciate going every year and seeing everybody. And like I said there, I think it's a family orient. I mean, Hollister School District, it's a family. Everybody's, you know, hey, everybody's welcoming each other, and it just feels good, right? I also went to the renaming of the Cesar Chavez, Avenida Cesar Chavez, which is a piece of Union Road. And I think it's so historic and significant, regardless of how people may feel about Cesar Chavez. I know, you know, I've been seeing, you know, what people are putting on Facebook, and it's a mix, but I think the importance is representation of farm workers, which are here in San Benito County, whether people like it or not. That is who provides your fruits and vegetables in your salad. So that should be recognized. I also, you know, I think there's a lot of misconceptions about what happened with that renaming. It did not cost a lot of money. I double checked, and I believe it was very minimal in the big scheme of things. It is also only a portion of Union Road. The reason for that is you're talking city and county. City council, but these are things people don't know, right? City council approved it. Board of Soups has not yet. Maybe it's something that, you know, to be looked at. The significance of why that road is because back in, don't quote me, but 1980s, there was an effort, and Cesar Chavez actually was in Hollister marching with farm workers for the Almaden winery contract, and another owner, but it was Almaden was the big contract that they won. Well, he was arrested in front of Union Road, now Avenida Cesar Chavez, so that's why they chose that. So I thought that was really important. I wish we would have had more students out there. There were some, but yeah, just wanted to share that piece. And then, I went to HDLA on the first day of school. That's where my family is, and it was really nice, very similar. Balloon backdrop, people taking pictures, everybody's on campus. It was like back in the day, and I talked to teachers, staff, parents, and everybody was in really good spirits. And I think I heard the same from other schools. So, and looking forward to the event at Calaveras next week. So future agenda items, Trustee Griff?
Well, I think we already have them. We're gonna find out about the buildings, our buildings, and maybe we'll do something about the configuration of the schools. I don't know, we'll maybe have something going on, or a date that we picked, or how we decided, how the cabinet has decided what they're gonna do. I think that's, we've got a lot going. We're gonna have the unaudited actuals, right? So, I'm good.
And facilities, anything else?
I think it's probably on the list. I know we've talked about, our facilities fees and just making sure that those are capturing, current costs, and, just reviewing those to see what we charge for, our facilities going into the new school year, and I just want to make sure that we're, wherever we can capture, the revenue to, cancel out what our costs are is important, so it's not, every little bit helps, is to not encroach on the budget.
Okay.
I don't have anything.
One thing that we should talk about is in regards to our future enrollment. I know the apartments by by Rancho Santana they're opening those up. And so we don't know what kind of enrollment we're gonna be getting from them. And
When did they open?
they opened them up on Sunday for people to start.
And there's still all that building happening on the other side of Fairview too.
Right.
And there are definitely I've seen 6 plexes.
Yeah.
In that development, right by the Whale Park.
I would like to know where we're at with on these developments, like I'd like to have somebody find out where we're at on these developments. And when, what we're expecting and the impact of this, I'm a little concerned about. And what does that mean? And we haven't really had any news, Beth, about money in regards to our building, the money that we're still owed from the state from the building of the new school.
The state matching funds.
The state matching funds.
Let me look into that and maybe see about bringing something back to the next board meeting.
I don't know if you would, that would be great.
We've been waiting for years, so don't, I mean, yeah. What's another 10 days?
But, because some of the schools, we might have to add some portables and, things like that, and we don't know where we're at with our building funds. And we need to be thinking about that.
Yep.
Because I was thinking about Calaveras and Sierra Vista,
Can I jump on that one? And I saw Trustee Martinez, but I developer fees. But the other thing that maybe we could follow up with, and I don't know if this is Erin or Superintendent Erica, but following up with the development that's supposed to happen on Mays and the,
Oh, the Rosati property.
the Rosati and the possible, sidewalk,
Oh,
Yeah.
parking lot that they were gonna see if they can, is that you or, yeah? See if, maybe we can, I mean, I could call him too and be like, hey, what's going on? Hey, you know, to see if we, you know,
How's that going?
yeah, how's it going? Rosati?
Mm-hmm. It's the Rosati property.
Okay. Was that,
The other one was, because we need to figure out where we fall under the developer's fees and how much we charge per square footage. I know there's we talked about that, but there's a formula I know with a report and whatnot, very detailed. I don't know the details, but, you know, just also what it is that we will be able to, compared to what the impact and everything else that goes into.
The other thing is that by August 31st, and this is something that's not on the agenda, so we can't discuss it.
Are you talking about
yeah.
And it would have to be something that we did before August 31st, is if the board wants to put together some type of a letter to the Board of Supervisors about the expansion of the landfill in regards to how it will affect our school, the increased traffic on Fairview and the spew that all of those diesel trucks will do, as well as what will happen to groundwater and ground contamination from the increase of the landfill, and if we want to even get involved in it. But we would have to meet before August 31st to write that letter.
That probably should have been on there. And maybe, I mean, each of us can individually call
Or write a letter.
or write a letter, yeah, to them to lobby. Yeah, 'cause that's right next to Rancho Santana.
So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And let me recap. Buildings, and that seems to go along with, you know, the theme probably for next month will be facilities. We have the configurations of the schools and what we're going to do there. Facilities fees, capturing the current costs, and make sure that our costs that are captured, the revenue cancels out the current costs. So we have to look into that, where we're at with that. Our future enrollment and where we're at, or where the city is at with the developments taking place and what the impact will be. I think that'll take a little bit of research. Reimbursement for our facilities funds, for the construction and modernization that has taken place, a report on that. The development of, or what's going on with the Rosati development and where we're at with that. And then our developer's fee schedule and how we're doing with that, and if we can increase the developer fees, probably. All right.
We should have something about curriculum, if you recall, our governance.
Student achievement.
Student
I
achievement.
thought we wanted to do this.
Oh, yeah, we need to deal with that too.
Our
That's-
list is a mile long.
Our list is, yeah. Do you
We
all
should-
have
maybe
anything
we
for
review-
next month only?
Right, I would say, maybe we need to review that list.
Right.
Maybe that is an agenda.
Good
item.
idea. The only other thing that I do want to, and I did talk to Superintendent Sanchez about this, but I want to publicly make sure, is September is Hispanic Latino Heritage Month. And October, November is Indigenous Peoples Heritage Month. So just getting ahead of that. Doing
Yeah,
some
resolutions
resolutions
And recognition all the way through.
recognition. Yeah, and maybe we even talked about for Indigenous Peoples Month, maybe reaching out to the Sayers family here in Indian Canyon. Maybe asking her to come, maybe being great, maybe the kids can go, maybe, yeah, so things to think about. Yeah. That sounds good. Okay, any more future agenda items?
Well, I have something that I think that in regards to the Hispanic, I think we should look at local. And I'm thinking of someone who has had a great impact on education in this community and political activism in this community, and who founded LULAC in this community.
Oh, thank you.
And we should probably recognize her.
Yeah, we can. Okay,
That's what I think.
very good. Any announcements, reminders? No, okay, and we have a motion to adjourn.
I make a motion that we adjourn.
A second?
All in favor? Anyone opposed? Awesome. All right, thank you. Thank you.